premise in a new implementation. And yeah, our usual disclaimer that simply means that I'm going to present to you the current status of what we have, and but however, SAP reserves the right to make changes in the future should that be required. The entire presentation is structured around our activate phases, so that means we have a preparation, exploration, realization, deployment, and run phase. And for each phase, there's different topics that need to be looked at and different considerations that we recommend you guys to take. And yeah, once again, if you guys have any questions, just interrupt me if some things are maybe entirely new and I don't want to lose you in the context of whatever I'm going to explain. So let's directly jump into matters. And we're going to start with the first question that you will probably have for the preparation phase, and what should be considered during the initial project preparation, also meaning that you're about to set your strategy and plan what you want to do during this implementation. And that takes me straight into the Fiori topic. And for Fiori, we've had a bit of a change compared to old SAP ERP, but from what I understand, you guys come from Oracle, so that shouldn't affect you much. So I'll keep this short here. What we do recommend is that you run an embedded Fiori deployment, meaning you deploy the Fiori's front-end server on top of the backend, of the S/4HANA backend. If in the future you might have a multitude of systems that you want to connect to and provide a central entry point, then we would recommend that you go with our SAP Launchpad service, which is provided through our business technology platform, BTP, our cloud platform, and that can connect then to a multitude of S/4HANA system and also other systems. But if you're talking about only one system, then we would typically recommend that you go with the embedded deployment. And that, for example, technically gives you the opportunity and the possibility to work with mechanisms like rapid activation. And that simply makes it easier to activate content and provide faster access to it. This presentation has a lot of links in it, so feel free to later on click those links. I will obviously share this presentation with you afterwards. And yeah, for some topics, we're going to stay on a more generic level, but if you want to read a bit more about it, feel free to later on go through those links and let us know if there's any further questions. Now for the platform coverage, you can see a short overview here, what sort of release levels we're talking about. So for S/4HANA 2021, so that's still the current release, but will next month be overtaken by the new release 2022. That means we have an S4 core release, which with 2021 is 106. That will be 107 next month. And you have a front-end server. You have a foundation server 2021 FND. That will of course be 2022. And underneath we have our ABAP platform release with release 2021, which will then of course also be 2022. And that in turn is now 7.56 basis and will be 7.57 then coming next month. And we also have an SAP kernel release underneath, which is 7.85, and so on. So this is just to give you a bit of an orientation. It's probably a bit overwhelming since you're coming from Oracle and so on, but we simply work with those release levels. We have simplified this a bit, and in many cases we are now using year numbers instead of confusing whatever other numbers, so it's easier to follow. And of course we have notes or knowledge base articles, however you want to call them. At SAP we typically call them SAP notes, and those are also linked here that you can have a look at. And of course there will be a new one also being released for 2022 next month. That also means we have some supported operating systems for 2021. That's Windows 2016, 2019, SUSE Linux 15, or Red Hat Linux with release number 8. So the next topic that we have here is the user interface strategy, which is about when to use what. So the standard type of access would typically be the browser, and you simply launch our so-called Fiori Launchpad. And within the Launchpad, you then access the Fiori applications and also older technology, some old SAP transaction codes and Web Impro applications. We already have simplified and let's say innovated through a couple of areas, or actually a vast majority of areas what we had in SAP ERP, but not everything has been simplified. So that means we still, for some areas, are simply using some of these older transaction codes and Web Impro apps. But of course, from user experience level, this is all in line. So there's not much of a disruption in user experience for your end users. And they would all be accessing through the Fiori Launchpad in a browser. So that means also the browser can be run independent of operating system, device type, and so on, as long as it's mostly HTML5 and so on. That works with all the Fiori applications. But once we're talking about the old technologies, of course, that might result in some rendering differences, let's say, on different devices. So it's flexible, let's say, for everything, as long as it is Fiori. And if it is not Fiori, there's mechanisms that we provide that can be used for adaptation. So you will learn about those in the Fiori and UX lessons learned session, which I'm quite sure Rohit will provide to you. Okay, the other means we have here is the Sap GUI for Windows. So we also have the possibility to still install a client onto Windows machines and from there launch it. But this is more geared at power users who are like basis and so on, who needs, let's say, some high access to older transaction codes and so on. But the vast majority should actually be going through the browser.
Thomas,
we also, yes, please.
Back to the previous slide. Another one.
This the previous one.
Yeah. So here you have mentioned that we can also use Windows 2016-2019 OS. So what our understanding was, either use RHEL or SLES. So that means for 2021, you can also use OSs 16 and 19. Is that correct?
Correct. So yes. These are also supported operating systems. Well, the final releases for the new, the final supported operating system versions for the new release for 2022 might change, but from what I've seen, there's no major changes in there. But for 2021, this is what it is. Yeah.
You can simply run an S4 HANA database on Windows 2016 or 2019.
Correct. Yes, that is possible. Yeah. We're talking here about the operating system, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then let me move on. This one is simply just to mention, even if you're running on-premise and not cloud, you could obviously still run the on-premise version on a hyperscaler. That means you have a cloud provider basically providing the infrastructure, and you could still deploy onto that. That would not be considered an S4HANA cloud deployment, because if you're talking about S4HANA cloud, that means it's run by SAP. And if it's run by SAP, we will also use hyperscalers in the majority of cases. But at the same time, it has some particularities, let's say, with it. So if you deploy it yourself and you're installing it yourselves, and that, from what I've heard, is that you are an on-premise customer, that would not be considered S4HANA Cloud, but nevertheless, that on-premise release you can still install onto a hyperscaler. Just as a clarification, because we had some customers in the past that were a bit confused with this, what is cloud, what is not cloud. And there's also a blog here around the hyperscalers in case you want to have a look. Now, in your case, well, this is about sizing, and sizing, we have two different approaches, depending if you have an existing SAP ERP system or if you come completely new as a greenfield implementation. In your case, that would be greenfield. So that means you would simply be doing a sizing through a tool that we have, which is called the HANA Quick Sizer. That has been used also for many years for many different previous products that we've had. And we simply use the same tool also for S4HANA that will calculate a value which you would then give to the hardware vendor, and the hardware vendor will know then what sort of capacity the hardware needs to have to fulfill your requirements. So I'll keep this a bit shorter here because the SAP ERP conversion route is not the one that you're going. Okay, and what you should also consider is that for your sizing, it's not only about the backend sizing, but since you're also going to use a front-end server for the Fiori parts, that requires some separate sizing value, and you add those values up. So the backend value plus this value. So make sure you also run through this one, and equally also for embedded analytics. So for embedded analytics, since we're running on in-memory database, we can now also do real-time analytics against the S4 ERP data that you have in the system. And that also means if you have, let's say, a higher load of estimated to be run on analytics, also make sure that you run through this questionnaire here in the tool and add this value on top of the other two values. And that is what you're going to need to give to the hardware vendor, and the hardware vendor will then know what sort of hardware is required. Now for the maintenance planner, this is the next one here. That's our central tool that you would use for installations, upgrades. I mean, if you were coming from a previous SAP ERP release, that's also the tool that is used for planning the conversion. But well, in your case, for the new installation, first of all, and later on for upgrades. So this tool, well, you start the tool. Again, there's a lot of links in here. That's simply a web-based tool. You start it. It collects information, what you are planning to do, and then it will tell you what sort of files you need to download and feed the next tool that I'm going to mention later on. This is how the tool looks like. We have changed the look and feel, but since you're a new customer, obviously you wouldn't compare. This is rather aimed at explaining for those of customers that have only seen the elder tool. There is also a note around this where you can read a bit what sort of new features we have added, and there's also a video on YouTube that will explain the additional advantages of the new features. Okay. Now, if you are planning to run some add-ons, you have some specific business requirements that require some add-ons to be deployed onto S4HANA, you need to make sure that those add-ons are released for the S4HANA target release that you're going for. So either 2021, or you might go directly for the new release for 2022, I guess. Just make sure that whatever add-ons you require, for example, OpenText, that they are released for that specific version. OpenText will obviously be released, but I can also tell you that some add-ons need a little bit of time after the general release of S4HANA. So for example, OpenText, we're typically counting on between 2 and 4 weeks until they will have a version that's for the latest S4HANA version on compatibility level. Yeah, so if you have any requirements on that side, it's good to reach out to, for example, partner companies that would be providing those add-ons and make sure that they will provide this in time for you. I understand that you're just starting the implementation, so I guess there is still time, but nevertheless, it's a good idea to have this on your radar right from the start. Now, for version interoperability, in case you do connect with some other SAP systems, old NetWeaver systems, for example, there's an SAP note for that, and that will also explain then what sort of release versions we support on compatibility level. We also have a landscape recommendations wiki page, and we also have a tool called Upgrade Dependency Analyzer. Those you can use to figure out if you have specific dependencies and see if it's all compatible. Now for this one, it's just an overview with different releases. And again, the latest will always be in a node. There will be a new node also for 2022. And yeah, there's also a note here for the PI integration in case that would be something you're using. To have a look and make sure that you're on the supported release versions, because if there's any integration which is not supported, then obviously later on there might be issues if there's a support case and our support
Thomas, we lost your voice.
Thomas, Thomas, I think can't hear you. Thomas, we lost you.
Can you guys hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, now it's better. Go on again.
Okay, not sure. So we have still issues? I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just mention about output management. We have had for many years some older technologies in that space, and we have introduced some new mechanisms which are based on Adobe Document Server. And that specifically has advantages for Fiori integration and also support for print forms. And in order to be able to use those, you would need to install an Adobe Document Server. So it's not only S4HANA, but we are relying here on technology that is provided by Adobe, and that simply runs on Java. Since S4HANA is not based on Java, that cannot run directly on the S4HANA system, but it will require separate installation. In case you have a NetWeaver Java system for other purposes, the same one could be used. If not, it requires a dedicated installation, or you use a cloud service that we also have in our platform, which is called Adobe Forms by Adobe. That one could be equally used. And there's an FAQ note mentioned here and also some description of the new features that we're providing. Okay, for analytics, this is just a bit of a run through what sort of technology is underneath, and not only analytics, but also in S4HANA, the sort of development architecture model that we have underneath. So at the very bottom, we have our HANA database tables. On top of that, we have our core data services models. So we're not doing direct access to the database. We encapsulate this and add some semantic information, and that is what we call core data services models. Virtual data models also would be the more generic name for this. And this in turn, to bring it to the user interface, we use also OData services then. And on the user interface, we have, the majority is Fiori, and Fiori has HTML5, JavaScript, and so on. From there, we are going to the OData services. The OData services access the ABAP CDS models. From the CDS models, we go down to the database tables. And do some analytics in the system, of course, but we can also connect with BW for HANA, for example, and BW for HANA would equally be using CDS views. So the idea is, of course, to harmonize this and to make it easier to, for integration and so on. So we have a similar approach there, and from we of course also the BW for HANA side.
Your voice is not.
So. Voice is gone. Okay, sorry guys, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Guys, hello?
Yeah, Thomas, it's a little better now, but yeah, it's cracking actually in between.
I don't know. Just give me a moment. I'll try to move a bit and see if I can improve it. So how's the connectivity here? Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, let's try it from here. All right, so I was just with the CDS technology basically, and I just wanted to explain to you guys that
Thomas, I have an question. Sorry to interrupt.
it's again breaking.
No, I'm saying I have another question.
Okay.
Thomas, you mentioned integration in your previous slide. So just wanted to ask, can we use our ESB, like for example, to migrate data from our non-SAP system to SAP system? Do we have to come through PI layer or PO layer, or can we bypass it and we can directly use MuleSoft kind of ESB layer directly and integrate data?
Now you are very hard to understand on my side. What do you mean? What sort of layer? Sorry, I didn't. It was breaking.
और पूछ लो क्वेश्चन तुम्हें समझ आ गया Am I audible now, Thomas?
Yeah, this is better. Yeah.
Okay, so my question was, you mentioned integration. Now we have tools, ESB tools like MuleSoft, and then we have ETL tool like Informatica. So can we directly use those tools and migrate non-SAP data from non-SAP system to SAP, or do we have to go through your regular PI and PO layer?
It depends exactly what you want to do. I mean, we would have to look into. That's a bit. Has nothing really to do with the topics I just explained. So we would have to look into what sort of data you have, what sort of data you need to bring in, and in what sort of format they come. Because PI would help with the transformation of the format. So if the format is okay and whatever your tooling can already cater for what's required, then you don't necessarily need PI. So I will later on also mention some other tool that we have, depending. I mean, PI is more for direct data transfer. If you have some, constant feeding into the system, and but if it's the one-time transfer that you're bringing in, then we actually have some other tooling that I'm going to explain later on to you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So now let me continue with the core data services. So core data services. So again, this is the semantic layer that we use on top of the HANA database. So we're not reading directly from the database, but we're adding a semantic information layer on top so that, we can basically add some additional intelligence, let's say, into it. And this is just a bit of a summary on this slide, why we're using this technology. And also stressing that it's the same that we use on the BW for HANA side. I think with that, we move one level ahead. So for the database, our current long-term maintenance release of the HANA database is HANA 2.0 SPS 5, supported in June 2025. And then, of course, it would have to be upgraded. There's a note around this. And also on the HANA database, we have certain revision levels. So once it comes to the revision levels, it's not necessarily the highest one that you would typically go for, but you would read the notes that come with the S/4HANA release, which tells which revision level we would recommend. And and if it comes to a situation during implementation that you open a support case and our support guys say that they would recommend a different one, different revision level, then obviously this has precedence over any other nodes. So whatever the support says, of course, would be then the one that you implement. Okay, on top of that, the next point is HANA parameter recommendations. There's a note for that, which can check your system and would tell you what sort of parameterization you can enhance. So it's recommended that you run this and put the parameterization accordingly as the tool states. Okay, we've set that. Let's move on. Okay, so for scale out, so I'm not sure how big your data volume would be. But typically we would say, okay, unless you have a huge volume of data, we would rather want to stay on a single node, and we rather scale up in the sense of, we increase the capacity of this node rather than scaling out and putting so-called dialog instances on top. Because the dialog instances, well, that's what we used to do in ERP and in the old world. We can still do it, and we do require it if we have a very huge data volume, but because of the new technologies, it's often no longer required. So that's why the recommendations here. So use the smallest possible number of scale out nodes. If you do scale out, all nodes must be identical size, CPU and RAM. You should not have a difference in here. That would have a negative effect on the system performance. And also all the other recommendations, I think you can go through these yourselves. No need for me to read them out for you. This is what we would recommend there for the scale out. As for HANA Active. So so this is basically for failover scenarios, and the idea here is if you have a failover hardware, it would typically be idle unless you have a failover situation. So in that case, there is a possibility that you could put some analytical workload onto the secondary hardware, so the failover hardware. And this would be related to configuration in the, guys, any question?
Yeah.
If you don't have questions, please come out.
Yeah, one small question, Thomas.
Yeah, please.
As you said in the previous slide, that scale up is preferable over the scale out option. So in the scale up option, to what maximum sizing or to what maximum configuration we can go in a single node? Just wanted to this brief information.
I would have to check the exact number. The exact number is pretty high. So we have seen this rather on very huge database deployments. Do you have an estimation how big your database would be, more or less?
Harsh, can you take up?
We have not estimated exactly, but it should be around 6 to 8 TB.
Around 10 TB.
Maybe we can go on a higher side, so 10, approximately 10, right?
Okay, yeah, that's still okay. You should still be fine on one. If we're talking about scale up, we're usually talking about 20, 30 and more. Yeah. So that should still be fine on one node.
I see. Okay. Please go ahead. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, no worries. So, okay, coming back to this one. So we have the option for your failover hardware that you do some configuration in the Fiori applications, and some of the analytical workload you could put onto the secondary hardware. So that only works for some scenarios, but it's simply a mechanism here that you don't have your secondary hardware idle all the time, because obviously most of the time it's not being used, right? Because it's for failover. So just as a possibility, have a look at those nodes if you're interested in the blocks that I mentioned here. Yeah. Okay, next one, native storage extensions. So what we have here, let me get the entire slide actually up here. So we have the possibility that we can use some what we call warm data also. That means we're not using only hot data, what we have in the database itself. So it's constantly loaded into the in-memory database, but we offload some data onto disk drives, basically hard drives, and but they are still accessible through the S/4HANA system. So what you can do in the S/4HANA system, you can access both what is in your in-memory database, and you can also access the data that's on your not in the database, but on hard drive level. That works only, of course, for some data, and the idea is that this is data that's not being frequently used, but it's not ready to be archived yet. Again, this is just a possibility here, and that will have to be analyzed in more detail depending on what exactly your data is and what exactly you require there. This is just another slide about this topic, so that we have essentially it's pretty easy to implement, and little risk and so on, but still it requires, of course, efforts, and the efforts are quite a bit on the business side, because the business side will have to decide what data should no longer be required on the database level, but at the same time cannot be archived yet. So there's typically some finance data, because of whatever legal reasons, it cannot be archived yet. And it still has to be accessible, but at the same time, business maybe accesses the information once in every 3 or 4 months. So there's no point to constantly load this into the in-memory database. That can help you save a bit of database cost, let's say. Okay, and with that, we move on to the next level here, which is the exploration phase. And in the exploration phase, the key question is how to find out what features are available in S/4HANA and how you can best make use of them. So essentially looking into performing a fit gap or fit to standard analysis. Okay, for that phase, we recommend that you also are aware of our roadmaps. We have a so-called roadmap viewer tool, which has information about what's on our roadmap. And we also have accelerators in our Activate methodology, which are basically tools that help you implement the solution. And that also includes guidance for Solution Manager, an additional tool that I guess you've heard about. Okay. We also have a tool called the SAP Best Practices Explorer, the first link that you can click later on. And it explains you different best practices that we have, both on technology side and also on business processes side. So for the business processes, that would help you stay more on a standard level if you follow those best practices. And it's also possible to activate some of the configuration for those best practices in an automated manner. But if you want to do this, you have to do this right at the beginning of the start of your project. You cannot start configuring and then later trying to override. This does not work. So the system basically has to be empty, and then you put in the configuration, and then you can modify it as you wish, but not the other way around. This technically simply doesn't work. So that's why we also recommend that you look at this at an early phase in the project. And yeah. Here's a couple of thoughts here. And also, yeah, if you do decide that you want to implement this, you need to make sure that you have all the required languages for your system already in there. You cannot activate this and later on add additional languages. That's simply also because of technical reasons behind it. So, of course, there's no issue on the system as such, but simply for this automated activation, that doesn't work if later on you add additional languages. And also another information here, if you are going through your fit gap, fit standard analysis, and you don't have the system configured yet because you're still busy building it up, what you could do to use in the workshops with your business is to make use of our so-called Cloud Appliance Library, our CAL systems, CAL we also call them. And these are so-called, yeah, let's say we call them appliance templates as a pre-configured system, and you can create your own instance on a cloud provider. So for example, Amazon or AWS, Google, and so on. And if you do that, you have a fully configured system that you can play around with. You use it for as long as you require it, and after this, you just terminate the system and the cost will stop. So typically this would come with a cost of around, let's say $3 to $4 per hour. So that can be much cheaper than if you want to configure everything first in your system and later on figure out, oh, we actually don't need this, let's just scrap this and so on. If you just want to look into all the features and play around with them, maybe see if you can extend something, configure something differently, that could be a good solution. And yeah, so the cost comes mostly through the cloud provider because they simply charge for the infrastructure use. Now, before you were already mentioning that you have obviously data coming from legacy systems and so on. So that is basically this topic here that we're talking about data migration. So data migration is an important task for any new implementation, and it needs to be looked into detail. What sort of data you want to bring in, customizing master data and so on. What are sources, which are sender systems? This has to be planned properly. And also if there's some decisions to be taken with business, yeah, of course, involve the business here. and make sure what sort of data you're pushing into the system will be the right data that you want to have in the system later on. And for the tooling, we have an integrated tool in S4HANA called the Migration Cockpit. This is essentially a Fiori application. And this is the recommended tool that we suggested you use for the data migration. You have templates there that you fill with the data. So ideally on your old system, you can extract this data. You put it into the tool here, and then you load it into the right database tables in the S4HANA system. If this migration cockpit and the models that come with it are not sufficient, you can also extend those models with the second tool, which is the migration object modeler, which is complementing the migration cockpit as it says here. And if you have very advanced, enhanced scenarios, then you would have to go with a separate tool, which is the third tool. So the first two tools, they are part of S4HANA, and there's no additional license, nothing. So it's part of the system. But the third one is a separate product and separate license, which is SAP Data Services. And that is particularly required if you want to do not a one-time data transfer, but you want to push in intervals data into the system. This doesn't work because with the other tools, because the other tools are meant to be used one time only. Okay, so some recommendations here. Do not underestimate these efforts, of course. Make sure you plan for the requirements early and see that you can use the migration cockpit as much as possible. If you have any doubts, that's exactly what our team, for example, is there for. So you can reach out with your doubts to Pulak and to Rohit and let them know, and they can involve whoever else from our team or from our product management and so on required, and we can advise if something can be done or cannot be done, or whatever specific recommendations we can give there. Okay. Now there's different mechanisms that you do here. You can transfer data using files or via staging tables. As a matter of fact, actually now, even if you think that you're using files, it's with the latest releases, it's all still being pushed into the system via staging tables. So we create tables. You would have the possibility to still modify data if required on those tables before you actually push it into the system. And you could also transfer data directly from an old SAP ERP system. But again, from what I understand, that's not where you're coming from. So that would have little relevance for you. So this is essentially the approach that we have basically since 2020 for 2 years now, that we combine the approach of data files and also staging tables. But the approach initially for you is nothing different. So you get templates basically in the tool, and the templates have to be filled and uploaded into the system. And then once in the system, you can modify them or you directly push them into the right database tables. So those templates make sure that your old legacy data goes into the correct tables, especially because if you compare old SAP ERP and S4HANA, we had a significant number of database table changes. So I think for you guys, maybe not such a big risk, but especially for customers that come from old ERP, they run a big risk that they are simply not aware of the new tables and they might accidentally push it into the old tables. And that is creating performance issues later on. So that's why it's very important to work with these templates and put the data into the right tables.
Yeah, Thomas, Thomas, one small question.
Sure.
Yeah. As you told about, there'll be different templates where you can put the data and push it into different tables in S4HANA. How about different kind of validations which are required while putting the data into S4HANA? For example, item which is not part of the item master should not get into this, or there'll be certain list of values for certain fields. Nothing beyond those list of values should get into the field. So how do you manage those validations?
Yeah, so it depends what sort of validations you need. So as such, you first of all prepare the data. So if there's already some pre-validation that you can somehow do by extracting the data from the old system, of course, you do this right on the old system. If this cannot be done, then you first take the data and you upload it into the staging tables. This is exactly where the staging tables come into play, where you can still run some checks or, modify data where it is required. You can also do some coding, let's say, if required against those tables. And only then you would push it into the system. That's how this works.
Okay, sure. Any other questions from the team?
I have a bit more details here also about the staging tables.
Damas, one question. This cockpit can support to integrate with the Oracle database also?
No. So what you do is you first extract the data from the Oracle database, and you need to have the data at hand, and then basically you push it into with the tool into those staging tables. But there's no automation that we can directly connect to Oracle database tables. We can connect with old SAP ERP, but we cannot connect with Oracle. So you would have to basically extract it and then upload it. So I'm going to explain, maybe wait a bit more. I'm going to explain a bit more in the next couple of slides how this works.
Okay.
All right. So, okay. So again, here we're looking into the staging tables. So the idea is, we have an improved user experience. We have an easier way to populate the staging tables, and we also have the possibility to have some status tracking and messages to see if something is going maybe wrong while we fill the data and those type of things. That also means we store all the data in staging tables. We can do this in the local S/4HANA database, or we can also use even an additional HANA database, let's say, before you push it into the actual HANA database, if you want to keep this separate. This is done essentially through XML templates. And these XML templates you have to fill. But that's where I mean. So these templates help you to fill the target tables, but they don't have any relationship to your source tables. That's why there's no mechanisms to check against Oracle and to see where to pull data from or something. This is simply not designed like this. There can be third-party tools available that might take over part of this, but again, this would be a third-party tool and it's not part of the integrated tooling. Okay, so that's what it says in the last one here. Still other tools, external, can be used for populating the table. So if you have maybe a partner product that somehow, I'm not aware of any product that would do this specifically with Oracle, because there you also have to deal with different release levels, different tables, depending on the version. But there might be. So since you guys come from Oracle, you might be knowing more than I know here. So in case there is, we can use external tooling, but the target is that we know how to fill those tables. And if the tool does that, that's cool, as long as they pick it from the right tables and put it into the right tables. Okay.
So Thomas, just one question. What are the different ways of creating staging tables?
This is done automatically. So you either, so basically you just use the templates, and the templates that the tool provides, our migration cockpit, will automatically create those tables. The only choice you have there is you can decide if this table is being created on the local S/4HANA database or on an external HANA database. But otherwise, you don't have to create them. This is all done in an automated manner.
And we can define what kind of fields and kind of data we need to populate. That can be defined by us.
Yeah, so you need to look into the actual templates to see what's in there, and those you need to fill. If this is not sufficient, then you need to extend it. That was the second one I had before. Then you work with the migration object modeler and you extend it. But as a standard, you first work with the standard fields. That's exactly what this template provides, and will tell you essentially what sort of data you should fill. But if you have whatever specific requirements, then you can extend this through the migration object modeler.
So through
I suggest
we can customize the staging tables in case it is not a standard template.
Yeah, correct. So exactly, you would do this through the migration object modeler, and then once you have done that, then you start basically creating the table, and it will be catering for the additional requirement that you might have. Correct. So again, this is also a Fiori application.
One question. So can we use these staging table later on also, other than the one-time migration, or it is only for one-time?
No, only one time. Only one time. That's very important to understand. It's only one time. We are not supporting. We are not supporting incremental.
Okay. Suppose we miss some data and we identify after a month that okay, we missed some in message and I have to add more message. So
the problem is this doesn't have any conflict handling implemented. So you can theoretically, at your own risk, push more data, but we do not recommend this because it should only be done one time. Otherwise, we recommend that you use SAP Data Services, because Data Services is a separate product, and this is, how to say, it has more features, and it also has conflict handling in case you have a data clash and so on. Because if you're really just writing some additional data, okay, no problem. But the problem with such type of scenario is typically that you might be pushing in some data and overwriting some already existing data. And then, of course, you end up in a mess. So that's why we recommend not to do this, and that this tool is not designed for this. So it's not designed for having some data conflict management. If there's any discrepancies that need to be dealt with, but Data Services is. So in case you think you need that, then I'd suggest that you look into Data Services, but again, that's a separate license.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Then here's just a bit of this slide is mostly for customers that might have seen earlier versions. So it's just providing a couple of Delta features that we have with 2021. There's a couple of new features being added also with 2022. What's very important to understand is the migration cockpit is this Fiori application. It is not an old transaction which we had in previous releases called LTMC. Sometimes there's a bit of confusion, but it shouldn't confuse you because you're new to it. So just use the Fiori application and done. Okay. Direct transfer is not relevant for you because that's against an SAP ERP system, so we can skip that. And here a couple of links again. So we have, of course, some extensive documentation on that. Also restrictions note, which tells what can maybe not be done. That would, for example, explain that you should not do incremental updates, what we just talked about. So we have this one. Then let me see. There's a rig block, the third one here. Have a look at that one, where one of our team members has written a bit of a summary of how this is best used. And then very important, do not make use of LSMW. So that's an old transaction. It comes from ERP days. It's very, very old, and it cannot deal with any specifics for S/4HANA database tables. So it is very flexible, but the risk is extremely high that you push data into wrong tables, and that will mess up the system and will have an impact on your performance and so on. So again, do not use this tool. I guess not a big risk for you guys, but it's also recently not seen as much of an issue, but especially in the first, let's say, 3-4 years, we've seen a lot of issues because partner companies often being used to this old tool and then still using used and then creating whatever issues. So long story short, do not.
Hello.
Sorry.
Yeah, Thomas. So it is not recommended to use LSMW for direct data migration
Correct,
or any other case as well.
No, you should not use that because it doesn't have any validation if you are transferring data into the right tables. That's exactly where the migration cockpit comes into play because it has all these templates which are S/4HANA specific. LSMW is just very open, so it wouldn't tell you what you should not do. And you run a very big risk that you push data into the wrong tables. So technically speaking, it's still there. Technically speaking, you could use it, but from recommendation point of view, you should not use it. And it's also not supported anymore. So if you run into any issue, our support will simply say, sorry, you're on your own. So do not use this tool. While on the other hand, if you use Migration Cockpit, you run into any issue, you let us know, you let our support know, and a solution will be provided. But if it's anything on LSMW, anything, just if you mention that keyword, our support will directly say, sorry, has not been supported for many years. Okay. So moving a bit ahead. So again, this is a Fiori application. There's a catalog of available migration objects. So these, I don't have the exact number now, how many it will be with 2022, but I guess we're between 250 and 300 migration objects now. So there's a lot you can do. Again, if it doesn't cover all that you want to do, it can be extended with the migration object modeler. Yep, that's what you need to know here. And with that, we are done with the data migration, and we move on to a new topic about extensibility. So extensibility, we have different types of concepts of S/4HANA.
Thomas, one small question. Can you elaborate a little more on the migration objects? what exactly is the migration object and how does it work?
The migration object, let me see if I will just open that for you. That will probably make it easier to understand. Okay, so for example here, you have, for example, very different type of, for example, master data here, batch, unique at plant level, and so on. This is something you basically your business also has to look at and tell you what sort of data you want to. Is that clearer now? Condition contracts, and that all of them come with certain database levels, database tables that need to be filled, and that simply has to be made sure that it goes into the right tables. I suggest you have a look at this link, and then if you have specific questions, just collect them maybe in an email and let our team know, and we can help with resolving this. We have very good connections to the product management there, and they're very eager also to resolve this in case there's any trouble.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Okay, cool. Okay, then let's jump back to where we were, and let's move back to extensibility. So if you're talking about extensibility with S4HANA, that means extending either inside the system, inside the S4 system itself, or you extend outside. That means what we call side-by-side extensibility, and that is done on our cloud platform, basically on the SAP Business Technology BTP platform. In-app extensibility means, again, you add stuff into the system. What we recommend to make your system easier to be used for future upgrades and so on is that you use this not extensively, not like in, let's say, old traditional way, but ideally you rather write extensions in the cloud platform, in the business technology platform. And that connects with your S4HANA data, and that keeps whatever extensions independent of your core system. And that means also during an upgrade, you have, less trouble, less testing, and so on. Nevertheless, as I said, you have both possibilities. So of course, this is a very complex topic. So this is just a very brief introduction, because with such a topic alone, we could talk for hours. So the first link here gives you it is always the current development tools link. So whatever we recommend, you would always find this under the first link. The second one is about Fiori tools extensions to the Business Application Studio. So the Business Application Studio is actually a web-based tool for doing your extension coding, and this is the recommended tool that we would suggest to you. And there's also some extensions for Fiori in there, so have a look at those. If you do want to do some modifications to classic user interfaces, that means SAP transactions or web intros, we have a tool called SAP Screen Personas, and that's a separate tool. You just have to install it. And with that, you can, for example, remove some fields on old UI, or you can change a label and so on. But that's for the old UI. That's, the old ERP transactions and with Wimpros. This is not the one to be used with Fiori. But nevertheless, we have some customers that want to do some changes on that level. Now, we also have an OpenSAP course. I'm not sure if you heard about OpenSAP already. So this is a platform we have where we do training courses free of charge. And there have been several trainings that also our team has developed there. And we have done some time ago a course on extensibility here. And this is the first link, so that for some areas, some minor things have changed, but the majority of things still hold true. So if you want to go through that course, feel free. Again, it's free of charge. Has a lot of videos and presentations and so on. Again, now drilling down into in-app extensibility, that means you change in the system itself. If you change in the system itself in S4, you have two possibilities. You either do an ABAP custom development, or you do a key user extensibility. A key user extensibility is simply through a guided tool, and it has literally it has either no coding or almost no coding. So the idea is it can be done in a very easy way, even by a business user. On the right-hand side, we have side-by-side extensibility. That means extensions on the business technology platform. There, we can use ABAP, or we can use also other technologies like Java or Node.js and so on. We have our ABAP development tools as an add-on as an add-in component to the HANA Studio, which is based on Eclipse. Here it says necessary for creating some objects like CDS views. In fact, it's mostly necessary for enhancing, modifying CDS views, because to create CDS views, you can even do this through a Fiori application that we have in the system. The next one is probably not so much relevant for you, but several old customers that come from SAP ERP, they're asking us about a test data migration server, which was a tool for automated testing. And that one is not available in S4HANA simply because it has never been designed for S4HANA. In case you're wondering what we are doing in this case, in fact, we are working on a follow-up solution, but that is still under development, but possibly might be ready in 1 or 2 years. So it still takes a bit of time. Okay, then the section below is about support connections. So if you need our support to connect to your system, there's a couple of extension types or connection types, let's say, that need to be made available and opened. So this is just a list of those. That's something for your basis team. For performance tuning, we have a tool called SQL Monitor. That's just one of the tools where you can trace different SQL calls to the database and see where maybe time is being lost. So you get a better idea what might be going wrong. And we also have a tool called STAD, the transaction, which is at the bottom here, where you can analyze workload statistics. And again, there are some blocks in here that explain this in a bit more detail. Okay, so much for the exploration. From the implementation configuration and what should not be forgotten during those. Okay, so I mentioned before for the front-end server, for Fiori, we typically recommend that you use it as an embedded front-end server. You might have specific requirements if you want to allow direct access for external parties, that we might want to have a dedicated front-end server. And then, of course, this needs to be planned for, it needs to be tested, needs to be set up. So that's something to look into. But if you don't have such sort of requirements like external access and so on, so typically embedded is the way to go. And our vast majority of customers is using embedded. But this is just to mention that there are other options in case it would be required. Now for the migration cockpit, we're coming a little bit back to that topic. There's a couple of notes that you should have a look at, which always have the latest information. So make sure you have those on your radar. And we also have a tool that we recommend, the Node Analyzer, which is coming with an SAP node here, the one mentioned here, 2596411, to check if all relevant nodes for the migration cockpit have been installed in the latest version. So make sure you also run through this one. Because that could, for example, update if there has been any correction or something in a database table or something in the template. Make sure you have this in the system. Those templates, these are XML. You typically open them with Excel, and then you fill those tables there, copy, paste, or again, tools could also do this, third-party tools and so on. Do not change the template structures, of course, because then you're messing up with the tables that this template would be filling later on, and that simply would be resulting in runtime errors once you try to fill the data. So do not delete, rename, change, and so on, what it says here. And if there's any further doubts on this, follow the last note here. Also, we have a default size limit for each uploaded XML as of 100 MB. You can change a parameter to set this up to 160 MB, but it cannot be more than 160 MB at once. If you have more data, which you will inevitably, of course, have, you need to do this through multiple files. We cannot do files on gigabyte levels and so on, simply because of technical implications there. Okay, now this is a little bit about the staging tables. Again, you can still do changes on the staging tables where necessary. You can also process multiple objects at once, and so on. This is very detailed. I think probably best that we don't go into too much detail here yet. This is simply if you have an error situation there, if some data is colliding, and then it would show some issues there. And what we call freeze triggers, if you have such a situation, well, you either have to finish the transfer or you restart the transfer. But again, this is a bit more detail. So first of all, I would suggest you start looking into it and start using it. If you then have such sort of issues, then just let us know. This is just showing where you do a restart and those type of things. This is how this tool looks like on a technical level, let's say. Okay, now, yeah, what also can be done for testing a lot for a new implementation is sometimes doing client copies. And what we've seen with client copies is that some customers struggle with performance, how to do this, and which made me around a year or two, this is in fact that older slide, yeah, collect a couple of recommendations what can be done to improve the performance. So in case you do client copies for whatever purposes and you run into performance issues, you might want to go through those links here and see how you can improve this. This is again some more recommendations. Again, I don't think we have to go into all of these in detail, but it's simply a couple of additional recommendations how to improve the performance for the client copy. Also make sure that if you do a client copy, you don't use the old transaction called SCCL, but you use the SCCLN, N like new, and that's the one to be used. That's the faster one. Technically speaking, we still have the old one in the system, but we don't really recommend to use the old one anymore. Sometimes, in case you wonder why we have old stuff in, if you don't recommend it anymore, that's often because of legal reasons and so on. We cannot simply remove this, especially if we have customers coming from an older release, going to the new release. That's why, in fact, we also still have the old database tables in there. Even if a customer comes from ERP, moves to S4HANA, we are not allowed legally to delete those old tables. But we actually have SAP notes then for those customers, which tell them how they can delete them, because we obviously do not need these old tables anymore. Okay, embedded analytics. So in S4HANA, you can do real-time analytics against the ERP data in the S4 system, but it is not meant to be a data warehouse. So the idea is not to connect a multitude of systems for data transfer, data aggregation, and so on, and bring this into S4, because that's simply not the purpose. S4HANA has analytics, but it's still not a data warehouse, but an ERP system. So if you do have data warehouse requirements, which I guess your company has, you would be running a separate data warehouse. That can be a BW or BW for HANA, or yeah, of course, if you decide a third party is also possible, but it should be a dedicated data warehouse. For the embedded analytics that we have in the system, we have a multitude of tools. These are often Fiori apps, such as some of them that are mentioned here, custom analytical queries and so on. To set up embedded analytics, there's a couple of configurations that need to be done, which are described in the notes that you see at the bottom. We also have scheduled background jobs, and they are usually configured in a way that most customers are happy with. But if you do want to do some changes, look into the note here and then see if what you want to change. Credit management. If your business requires to use credit management, then it's important to go through the credit management configuration guide. So this is, simply has a couple of technical implications. So prerequisite is that your business wants to use credit management. If they do, go through this. If not, you can ignore it. But if they do want to use it, do not forget to look into this guide. Okay, next one. Let's look into the deploy phase and the cutover preparation. So what activities should not be forgotten? First of all,
Thomas-san, could you go back to the previous slide wherein you have mentioned the credit management? Could you give here some of the indications whether any API can be exported from the credit management system, etc.?
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. What do you mean API? In what context? Sorry.
Data can be exposed from credit management system to the legacy, the Oracle systems, or the vice versa?
That you would have to, yeah, but I'm only looking at it from the technical side. There's a couple of technical configurations that we need. Whatever specific question that you have for integration here, you better address this in your finance lessons learned session. Rohit, I guess this would also be planned.
Oh.
Yeah, so
yeah,
sure
Thomas, it is also planned.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rohit. So yeah, so this is more, we are looking at now more at the technical aspect. So I'm not the finance expert here, and it's simply that there are some technical configs that you should not forget. Whatever you can get from the old legacy system or not, I'm sure there's some mechanisms, but our finance expert should answer this to you. Okay, moving forward to deployment phase. So before you go live, you want to make sure that you have good performance, that you've tested this. And if you have any performance issues, I recommend you look into the SQL Monitor, run this tool, some other tools as well, STAD and so on that I mentioned before, and make sure that you improve the performance. Obviously, you don't want to go live with some Fiori applications, for example, where this, the business would have to wait a couple of seconds and, things are not loading. And this, of course, would leave a bad impression. And what we've seen with many implementations, this is not mostly faulty in the system. It's mostly because of whatever has been configured using old database tables and so on. And that can be, of course, improved. And in case you need to find out how, that's where such tools like SQL Monitor come into play. Then we have of course, we also have a migration or a cutover plan, let's say, where you would be documenting the sequences and estimated times, what should be done on technical side, what should be done on business side. Make sure you test this. You have a mock run first, and you document this accordingly, so that there's no surprises during the actual cutover. Also verify this with the business to see if they're happy with those times, and if they say they need shorter times, well, then we have to look into whatever downtime optimizations that could be done. And there's also some highlights on a technical checklist, which are at the bottom. So yeah, make sure that scheduled jobs and so on are as expected. Make sure embedded analytics have been configured, tested, and so on. Make sure that your operational team is understanding how to handle support requests, what needs to be requested from SAP if required, if it's if it's not just a simple configuration, but maybe something wrong on the system. Backups, of course, should be scheduled. High availability should have been tested. Support connections should be open. A couple of those things mentioned at the bottom. And that will take us into the run phase. That means you are about to go live and run the system. And you would be asking yourselves, how can you improve the system over time and keep it up to date? That leads us to our release schedule. This is the current schedule. We are about to release version 2022. Then, next year will be version 2023. So we have, in fact, we have yearly releases here. And that's the current situation. And we have feature packs here. Feature packs means basically per release we have 2 feature packs, and that typically would be released. The first feature pack, well, the major release coming in October every year, and then we have the first feature pack in February. We have the second feature pack in May. And that is going on like this until 2023. That also means once the feature pack is out, number 2, then the next one will only be a support package. So be fixes and not new features. Okay. And once you look into upgrading a system, you would be using the Software Update Manager tool, the SUM tool for that. That gets fed with information from the maintenance planner. And it would check for add-ons, for example, those type of things. And you simply run that tool then. We also have a readiness check for upgrades. So you can run this tool, gives you a couple of hints what you should look out for, what you need to prepare for the upgrade. This is something we just introduced last year. yeah, I mean, long time we had readiness check for conversions if you come from an old ERP system, but for upgrades, this was just introduced last year, 2021. And there's a couple of new features, and there will be more features added, so no need to go into those details. First of all, it's anyway for you the new implementation, and that will only become relevant earliest in a year or 2 or 3. Okay, downtime optimization. So also for upgrades, we have the possibility to optimize the downtime. We have mechanisms there called near zero downtime maintenance or zero downtime optimization. The more you want less downtime, the more effort you have to put into the preparation. So obviously, if the downtime would be acceptable in the standard, you go with standard. But I can already see if we're looking at 8 terabyte, 10 terabyte, yeah, you possibly might have to look later on into NZDM. But again, this will anyway not be a topic right now. And by then we might already have improved mechanisms in the standard. As of now, for your database volume, I would say NZDM would be relevant. But again, this can change in the future. This is also just summarizing. Yes, if you want more down or less downtime, you have to put more efforts. So I'll just keep this a bit shorter. Yeah, there's also a bit more detail on those. Again, I think in your case, I'll keep this a bit shorter because not so relevant for you yet. There's some notes around this near zero downtime maintenance, what's in the features, what are restrictions, what needs to be prepared, and the notes are written down here. We're basically writing data into shadow database tables, which are getting filled then during the you're having as little downtime there as possible. How to activate it? There's a certain flag simply in the tool. And here are also some more details, but once again, I think this is a bit too detailed for your current situation. So I'm going to skip this a little bit. Yeah, this is just to stress that the zero downtime optimization before had to be done with SAP support. It's in general availability, so also you and your implementation partner could do this on your own, provided you have been trained for it, which is explained in this note. And this is simply telling the project plan that you need to do mock runs and so on. You copy it, you create a cookbook, and essentially you do the actual upgrade there. We also have 2 notes that can be run as an impact analysis, which will tell you what sort of savings in time you could expect. So you might keep those in mind later on. And that leads me to the key takeaways of the entire session, which means, first of all, we recommend that you use an embedded front-end server. We recommend that you do the sizing accurately, and you obviously look into front-end server and analytics requirements for the sizing as well, and add those on top of the backend requirements. Look into add-ons in case you have some functionality that you require through an add-on, that the add-on will be supported on the target release that you're planning to go for. Again, I reckon you will be going for 2022, since you're, I think, just starting, and 2022 is about to be released. Then the Cloud Appliance Library, if you want a quick pre-configured system that can be created within an hour, literally. You just log onto the system, you choose your hyperscaler that you have an account with, and then within an hour, you will have a fully configured system available for you to use and play around with. Database, yeah, the data migration, we talked about this, so make sure you plan sufficient time. And if you have any doubts, feel free to ping this back to our team so that we can help you with that. Yeah, analytics, CDS, that's something new that we have as S/4HANA compared to old ERP, core data services, and analytics, embedded analytics. And for the extensibility concept, once again, I recommend, or we recommend in general, that you try to keep your extensions outside of the core system, which will make your life easier for upgrades later on. So if you can, do the extensions in BTP. And also, yeah, there's typically more upgrades required with S/4HANA than there used to be required in ERP, simply because technology and features and so on is changing way more rapidly nowadays. In cloud, even more. In the cloud releases, we have new releases every 3 months, so that goes even faster. Okay. Now a couple of more links. We have our guided answers. You see the URL at the top of the screenshot, where you can put in some keyword and you get an FAQ basically. We have a couple of links here collected for you. Product roadmaps. We have the Fiori apps library, a description of all the Fiori applications and details around them. Our S/4HANA online help, best practices, maintenance planner, and a couple of open SAP trainings. Again, those are free of charge and so on. Just have a look if you think one or another would be useful for you. Release information note, restriction note. There will be new notes obviously coming with 2022 next month. And also a collection blogs here, demos, if you want to get a better understanding. And that's all I have for you. Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, Thomas, this is Sanjay Mathur. I think thank you for a very, comprehensive presentation. I have not a technical question, but sort of a general question. I think what kind of training and the awareness which an IT team and what is the duration of that training do you think we should I think one should be providing to all the technical so that awareness and the training. Second, the duration between the two things, I think the data migration, go live, and the various, I think, milestones which you have said, what should be the time intervals between these two things, between the various things, before you go live?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, for the trainings, that depends, of course, on the areas that the people work in. How is your implementation running? You have an implementation partner involved, I guess, right? Who would be your implementation partner?
For the business blueprint right now, we have Accenture doing it. And the build phase, etc., we are, I think, yet to even finalize it.
Okay. So, well, first of all, Accenture in this case should then be guiding you in that space. So, because there's a multitude of areas obviously involved. You have the business to be skilled up, you have the technical people to be skilled up, and it also depends on the sort of the knowledge level that you already have, which I don't have an overview what exactly you already know, what you don't know. And there's a multitude of trainings that we provide. Also a lot of e-learnings and so on, also these open SAP courses and so on. So that, of course, takes some time. And also you need to be skilled up on these new technologies. So that's CDS views, Fiori, and so on. What you will learn also in the Fiori session is that, well, we recommend that you have a dedicated Fiori expert, and you will understand why, because there's a lot of new topics there. But again, this needs to be targeted at the group. So there's not, let's say, one specific learning path only for if you're technical, then that's what it is. It depends what exactly you will be doing, basically, because of course it has different dimensions. So what I would ask you here is go back to Accenture. They need to, because they are working with you more closely, they should have a better overview of what sort of skill sets are there within your team or within your organization, and provide a bit more clarity what they have seen and what they could suggest there. And we can, of course, from SAP side complement this, but first of all, this is an activity more driven by the implementation partner. And sorry, the second question once again.
Second question was actually the time duration between the preparation, data migration, and other activities before you go live. In the sense that how many months before this, before the go live, actually say we decide a go live date. How many months before this, I think we have to, what is the time duration? I think one should keep it.
Yeah, for the data migration, again, this depends on the complexity of your data. For that also, it would be important to understand what that be required. If you have data that will be taken, but the data cannot be taken as such, but something has to be done. But let's say out of experience, I guess with your volumes and so on, I mean, you probably should at least count 2-3 months for those data migration activities, because I guess you will have plenty of stuff there, but it really depends. I mean, we have customers who are done within 3 to 4 weeks. We have others that take 4 or 5 months to deal with such type of activities. Again, I would also have to point at Accenture here.
Thomas, this is Manoj Gautam once again. You can safely assume we are a very complex kind of an organization, and a very large scale of operations are there. So keeping that in mind, roughly how much time we should take for this?
Again, depends really. I can only give you a rough number here, which possibly 2 to 3 months. But again, there needs to be more detailed analysis on this by your implementation partner. They need to look into this and see what sort of data volumes, what sort of data you're pushing in, if that is, yeah. So so please refer to them as well.
Oh, not yet. She's
Visible now.
okay. Maybe okay. Maybe I'm also using hotspot, so thoda maybe there's a delay. Right. So primarily, what does the business technology platform enables to drive with S4 to typically say is one, innovation, automation, even sustainability for that matter. Carbon footprint and those kind of things. We have a pre-trained or a pre-built analytical layer called sustainability control tower on SAP, because today sustainability and BRSR is becoming a big focus area. So we have sustainability related content as well. All of these are pre-built content. There are use cases to derive from SAP application. There is flexibility to choose multiple data centers, and ultimately it's meant to be more agile, right? To make IT and citizen data scientists use this much faster. And the kind of KPIs that typically we have seen this drive is right around TCO of integration across landscape with the integration suite, ability to quickly generate reports and reduce the bottlenecks, cost savings when you are creating new customizations, business models, faster insights, lesser IT spend for customization, leveraging data more for business context, and faster project speed, and also from a UX standpoint, reducing legacy interfaces to something that is mobile first, UI5 driven kind of a thing, right? So these are typically the outcomes that we have. Sure.
You talked about BSR and that TCO. We don't know the full form of that.
Oh, the BRSR. So the BRSR is the union government's. I also don't know the full form, frankly, but that is the union government's mandatory sustainability thing that you have to provide if you are a listed company in India, about your sustainability footprint. So it has multiple segments. So right from your carbon footprint to your sustainable sourcing to diversity in the organization. There are 6 segments in BRSR.
So basically, you are talking about what the COP26 and COP27
correct. Equivalent to
that is
India,
applicable to all of the countries who are.
So in India, BRSR is the Indian government's derivation of the COP26 and the UN SDG.
Business responsibility and sustainability.
Business responsibility and sustainability reporting is BRSR.
Okay. Is it same as earlier it was used to be called as BRR?
Yes. This is the next version of BRR from the Indian government. So Indian companies which are listed, they are always asking us, right? How do we ensure that our reporting to the government is in target? So that's where this has become sustainability has become a big focus area this year, especially for listed companies.
And what is TCO?
Total cost of ownership.
So would request you to please.
Yeah, my bad. yeah, please. No, please ask. I know, and it's a larger group, and everybody might be a different thing. Absolutely, happy to.
Business responsibility and sustainability reporting.
Yes, sir. TCO is total cost of ownership. That is the overall value, time to value for the solution. And in SAP, we use a lot of 3-letter acronyms because SAP itself is a 3-letter acronym. So. Okay, so what is the business technology platform? So a business technology platform is to answer your question, a set of microservices which are available to ensure that there is an intuitive modern development environment for be it IT, be it business users, or even a data analyst kind of a role. Multiple personas, there are different tools which we will speak about, which enable us to create any custom applications, leverage existing applications, more importantly leveraging the technology of your choice. So somebody might be comfortable in Python, somebody might be in Java, somebody might just know the business process and might want a drag and drop, right? Or somebody might want to just take what is there in SAP and tweak some business rules, right? So that flexibility across is available. Of course, there are pre-built models, integrations, workflows, artificial intelligence, business services, which we will speak about. From an analytics standpoint, of course, there is self-service data discovery, modeling, financial planning templates, workforce planning templates, and all of that in a governed environment. And this is a platform as a service available on any hyperscaler of your choice if you have a preference, but otherwise, we also can recommend which data center to use. But this is a purely a cloud-based solution, which primarily works on a subscription basis, right? So you can choose, in fact, right, among the various microservices that are there in BTP, depending on your use case, which one to choose, right? So I also have a slide, for example, even when you are going live with S4HANA, there are some services which are very specifically can be leveraged. So if that is used only during your migration or during your implementation, and if you want to shut that off later, that flexibility is there to shut on and off services whenever you want to. Now, yeah, sure.
Right now you spoke about Python and R programming. Python and R programming languages, can it be integrated to ABAP coding?
There is an environment. I will speak about it. I'll remember this. I'll come to when I absolutely. So the idea essentially is to say that today to work with SAP, you don't have to be only an ABAPer. You might be, we also provide an ABAP environment, but we also provide Python, R, Node.js, ability to work with Julia notebooks, Jupyter notebooks, and all of that using BTP, so that the technical expertise is not a bottleneck anymore to work with SAP. That's something that we have done. And in fact, this entire framework is built on what we call as Cloud Foundry 2.0. If you're aware, that is a open framework from various companies to ensure that that skill set is not very niche anymore. It works on generic skill set. It works on all Kubernetes containerized architectures, which can scale up, scale down dynamically. Very native, modern, and open.
Is it similar to the features that we have in AWS? The environment they provide for data warehousing and doing all the
some part of it will be there. So that's where if you look at these 4 pillars that we are. Thank you. The 4 pillars that are there in the business technology platform, which kind of complement the core, right? Which is ERP and all of that. There are 4 broad pillars. Okay. So one is the app development, which means all the customizations, the extended app, and all of that you want to use. Second is the integration, which basically means opening up SAP to the external world. This could be DMS. This could be any other application. So it can be app to app integration, app to data integration. That means I'm pulling data from a particular place. So for example, data from your website, cookies, and all of that. A scenario that we were discussing when we were doing the demand sensing last in 2020 was to say, can I look at what YouTubers are saying about my new model, do a sentiment analysis, give a weightage to it, and then bring it in. So how do I do sentiment analysis? How do I do deep learning? And then bring it. So all of those services are there. So application development is primarily an extension platform, right? Extending S4HANA like a dealer app or a driver app or anything like that, any custom app development, very quickly something that falls into this pillar. I will talk about what are the microservices here. The second is the integration suite, which has more than 2,000 plus open adapters to hyperscalers, to any other application that you can think of, like from Tally to Zoho to Freshworks to Workday to ServiceNow. Whatever app-to-app integration, we have certified integrations as part of the integration to SharePoint and all of that. The data and analytics portfolio is primarily the data warehouse, where we have the SAP-centric data warehouse and data mart engine, and also the planning and analytics engine. So right from financial planning templates, workflow planning, cash flow, P&L planning, and CFO dashboards and all of this, kind of fall into this data and analytics pillar. I'll talk about the services here. The final service, is about AI. Right. So all the pre-trained artificial intelligence like OCR and all of that, the ability to bring your own model. So we call it BYOL, bring your own license or bring your own model. And then also the entire capabilities around workflow and RPA, right? The pre-trained RPA bots, custom RPA bots, all of them fall into the AI bucket. So in reality, if you look at, since you asked that question, apple to apple, let's say data and analytics, or let's say just the data part, frankly, maybe falls a little on where an Amazon or any hyperscaler plays. The analytics would be where a little more of where a Power BI or a Tableau or Quick plays. AI is typically, for example, where a SaaS or even, but then only difference is nobody has that pre-trained content for S4HANA. This is a unique differentiator, but AI, you understand. Integration is where, for example, a MuleSoft, from the market, typically play. But SAP Integration Suite, for example, on Gartner is rated higher than MuleSoft in terms of integrations and in terms of the number of customers who use it as well. And similarly, an app development is typically little like a Power Apps kind of a thing. But again, that is a very standalone system. But here it is all integrated native workflows to SAP and all of that. So if you really look at it, business technology platform becomes that one unique offering from SAP under a master umbrella, which allows us to leverage everything and anything that you would need to build satellites around your core SAP, right? Broadly, and you can think of any use case, right? You can say predicting, looking at taking a picture of a vehicle, looking at the damage, predicting what spare parts I need, and then based on that create a purchase order and bring it. All you need is ultimately these 4 microservices. I use an AI to do a deep learning, do a fact extraction. From there, I do a similarity scoring to see which is the material from there. From there, I use a workflow to create a purchase order for that, so that I use the integration engine. Is that particular material there in my stock or not, or I have to go and do a procurement? That is something that analytics will do, and this entire thing can be a custom app driven by app development. So that is why we say these are the set of microservices which can all together come to solve for any business problem that you can think of and foresee. But of course, there are a lot of standard things as well, which we have and we keep delivering every 6 months, looking at some of the very common requirements that are there, right? So like the GST that you were just speaking about is one example. Let's say the entire thing around cash flow forecasting is another example. So these are scenarios which are very common across the board, where SAP said, okay, let us make it a standard content. And we keep delivering this pre-trained standard content free of cost as part of our content library on the platform.
So what about this in the app dev? If we have Power BI and Power BI, we can directly connect to the HANA database and database.
You can. So if you look at all of these are also loosely coupled, in that sense, right? So for example, if I say that in data and analytics, let's say for the analytics part, you say I have a Power BI. Okay, so the analytics of Power BI can directly connect to my data warehouse, or if again, connecting to S4HANA is not easy, but S4HANA does provide some open API, so you can extract the data, put it under the Power BI database and still do it. But ideally, we would recommend to bring it to the data warehouse, and Power BI can connect directly to the data warehouse. AI. So frankly, let's say TensorFlow is a much more established deep learning thing. So we are cognizant of that, and we have a go-to-market with all the 3 hyperscalers. So if you want to bring a TensorFlow model into this landscape, or if you want to bring a Azure Data Factory model, you can call all of those AI models also into this. So in any of this, while we provide all of this, in no way we are saying that this is a closed loop. There might always be some gaps where you have to do customization, you have to get from some other service provider or whatever. We are completely open around it. But then if you look at the double click on each of these, as I said, process automation, digital experience to create, very easy to use UI5 applications, and and all of this to be done in a either in a low code or a no code. So we have acquired a lot of companies. The most recent one called an App Diver. So AppGyver specializes in no-code platform, right? So we do workshops with customers where within a matter of 3 hours, a person who has no technical know-how is able to do app from scratch, right? So that is the low-code capability that the no-code capability that we have. So similarly, we have low-code. We have a tool called Mendix. We have pro-code, which is where you can actually script and do it in HANA Studio. The entire DevOps is taken care of. Similarly, in an integration, I said right from event mesh for real-time integrations to API-led integrations, app-to-app integration, which we call as process integration, to app-to-data integration. All of these microservices are there. Data and data analytics, I spoke about database, data management, analytics. And one of the unique things, because I don't have planning as a separate pillar, is planning is also here. But again, this is something that is very powerful from SAP, typically for financial planning, for integrated financial planning, CFO reporting, cash flow forecasting, and those kind of things. They all come into that bucket. And then we have the AI, right, where we have the pre-built AI models that we provide, but also the RPA-based and workflow-based intelligent processes mapping programs. All of them are self-learning. So, looking at the data, they will retrain themselves on a scheduled basis. And more importantly, this entire thing comes under that entire GDPR, data security, and decentralized persistence. So, which actually means is that, for example, if data is in S4HANA, if you are taking this to do automation anywhere else, you have to first take a copy of the data out, right? But with the persistence layer, what we are able to do is we don't necessarily have to move the data for any use case. Data can still stay where it is. All of this can work on the metadata. So that in turn, what it also ensures is your governance layer, your authentication layer, authorization, and all of that you maintain in S4HANA is replicated across the board. You don't have to relook at replicating and creating authorizations, authentications for all the users somewhere outside. So that becomes another fundamental pillar.
One query here.
Sure.
So does that mean that I need not build the data warehouse? As for an example, I need not build the data warehouse as such the data is readily available to me to build any kind of analytics over and above?
Yeah, good question. So it actually depends on what is the kind of analytics. So for example, in SAC, we provide a plug and play CFO dashboard. So that can directly connect to S4. Days sales, days payable outstanding, my overall KPIs and all of that, actually you can plug and play and get. Right? Similarly, we have for procurement and all of that. But the moment it becomes cross-modular analytics, which is very specific to your organization, which may be from MMPP, SD module of SAP, plus maybe some data coming from outside of SAP also. So then layer becomes a little important for me to really write a SQL script, for me to really drag and drop and create, an outer join and inner join based on which I have a new data model, which is then exposed to the analytical tool. Then the data warehouse, I would say, is relevant. And frankly, I think in automotive and CPG and these kind of industry, it's very relevant because it's not just, like a lending straightforward KPIs or new KPI sources coming in. And again, in the data warehouse, even we had pre-built data models. So if you know SAP BW from, if you have an experience, we used to have something called as SAP Business Warehouse in the ERP days, in the older ECC days. So there, the biggest prowess that brought in was it brought the cube structure for reporting, right? So that very similar, and people used to use it or still use it around the world for the content that it provides for analytics out of the box. So the same content is now provided with the data warehouse on cloud, which we call as SAP data warehouse. So I would say in 70% of the cases that would still be relevant. And it can also, again, has live connections to any data lake that you might be using outside of SAP, be it a BigQuery or an ADL. You can have it outside and it has a direct connection. Even without replicating data from there, it can bring a virtual data model and you can visualize and take it up and all of that. So data architecture then becomes a separate topic in itself. But I would say 40% of your reporting that you do in terms of operational reporting, what I would call, those can come directly out of S4HANA. But for the other 60%, where it is a little more strategic, a little more contextual, then I would strongly recommend a data warehousing-led approach.
Especially when it becomes cross-modular also.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
30 minutes for the overview. Then we have to get into pillars.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, yeah, that helps. So these are all the microservices. So I'll not spend too much time. So whatever I said as core capabilities, these are actual names of the services, right? So the App Giver is the low code, no code platform. Business Application Studio is the pro code. Then we have Workzone for collaboration. Launchpad is the UI5. And I won't go into all of these details, but these are the various microservices that are available, which you can pick and choose for leveraging whenever you want to leverage them.
Just one question: are there some adapters available for to consume the Java programs also?
So if you have written a Java program outside?
No, I'm just saying.
So you can write in Java here. So this, for example, SAP Business Application Studio understands Java, Angular, Node.js, and all of that. So you would basically port the script here and run it from here in a container here, ideally.
So what about the integration from BTP to SAP, SAP SuccessFactors and
all of that is
absolutely. Do we need to have API integrations or
no? So they're all native. They're all native. In fact, SAP though is given, but even beyond SAP, like Salesforce, Tally, and all of that I mentioned, is also out of the box as part of this integration suite. Right. So when you look at this cloud integration framework, most of the global cloud applications are covered in the cloud integration suite. API based integration is also available, but those will be for very specific custom applications you might have built and all of that. Okay. And importantly, there is something called as an intelligent assessment right here. So this is actually an AI based recommender. It can look at your source system and your target system and say out of the 2000 plus adapters that the system has, which would be the right protocol to connect. It can actually recommend. So that is also a very useful tool when we are doing the recommendation. Again, these are all the AI business services that I was just speaking. So overall, there are about 70 odd microservices that are available like this, which are all which can be leveraged. Okay, so now we'll go into the pillars. So we'll start with the extending piece, right? As I said, creating the custom applications. So if you look at, as I said, there are three kind of user types that could be either a pro code, either a low code, or a no code. Okay, so pro code is typically for somebody with professional experience who would want to use a Node.js, Angular, or ABAP even for that matter. So we typically have a solution called Business Application Studio, which allows us to do that. For low code development, we have the Mendix and a low code, but frankly, today people either use pro code or no code, right? Low code becomes kind of a in between, which is not that useful. So in no code we have what we call as the SAP App Giver. So between SAP Business Application Studio and SAP App Giver, your entire coding is taken care of. And as far as the integration capabilities are concerned, that come from Integration Suite. SAP Process Automation is basically all the RPA chatbot workflows, pre-trained ones that are available. And on top, we have written digital experience. This is the SAP mobile app, custom mobile app, and all of that you can create, which becomes the wrapper. Right. So then these two are the development layers. These two are the automation layer, and this is the UX layer. That's how we read this in terms of how we use it. And as I said, right, so it can be a professional developer or a citizen developer that can leverage that depending on the tool of choice ultimately. Right. So so as I said, building, automating, and consuming. That was the previous slide that we talked about. Now, if you look at this, is kind of a double click on capabilities that we have from an app development. We have recently rechristened this entire thing as SAP Build, right? So SAP Build basically means that it is a set of microservices that are available to build any identify bottlenecks, build any customization, and deploy it, right? So all of the capabilities that I need is available here. So right from the various services that I need, for example, AI and automation, workflow and business rule services, mobile services, the entire business services catalog that is available, to the application framework for UI5, for ABAP modeling, for mobile development, mobile app development, and all of that. The Business Application Studio, process automation, App Giver for building the product, And this entire consumption part of it, where work zone is more of a collaboration kind of a framework. Then you have Launchpad, which can be a custom UI5 app. Task Center is more like having your own multiple approvals that are coming, and you need to go and approve them, kind of a thing. So that becomes your task center more or less. So that is there. Then we also have process related dashboards. For example, in order to cash, procure to pay, what is the overall average cycle, and all of that. And as I said, integrate all of SAP solutions, and we have content not just for S/4HANA, but we have content also for the surround solutions. So for example, for SAP Concur, we have a pre-built dashboard of overall transportation analytics. So looking at by vendor, what is the spend, what is the deviation. So these are some pre-trained analytics that are available. Similarly for success factors, Ariba and the likes, and also it integrates with all the third party. Any questions here?
Just a small query related to the task center.
Okay.
Currently, we have a challenging situation where each individual is getting a lot of notification from various applications, and he's not able to make out how many notifications are there, and he might miss on some of them.
Correct.
So, will this task center
Yes.
enable the user to get all in
one place? Absolutely. It is meant to be a library of all the open tasks. So then you can either choose to have a notification to say a new task has been added, or even on a mobile to just have a push notification kind of a thing. You can go into the app and see all the open and closed tasks, and you can manually approve or reject. So it's meant to become a unified place for all tasks across the board. Approval, rejection, requisition, whatever it is.
So SAP standard is not having this user task.
There is within S/4HANA, but then there might also be some tasks which is outside of SAP. So
in this you integrate
all of them, SAP plus any custom tasks that you create, which also has dependency outside of the board. So for example, a leave requisition or a budget for an offsite. These are some examples I have seen. So those approvals typically don't go through the ERP flow. So those also can come. A new device request, laptop request, those approvals, all of that can come into one unified task center.
For that, we have to have a warehouse.
No. So this is all tasks. So this is not data led. So this just becomes workflows. So a task center doesn't need a database or anything at the back end. So you just use the task center to create your tasks, be it on S/4HANA or there. So it will just remember the task flows, and it will have an inbox for the task. And as and when I approve or reject, it will go to the target system and execute or do the transaction.
Is it live or there is some lag between?
It will all be live. It will all be live because I don't store the response in the task center. Task center is just an interface. Any yes or no I do is through the API is directly on the source system only. This is just a wrapper. Right?
One more.
Sure.
What is the thin line between the SAP and this BTP platform, wherein I can take a decision that this specific customization I require to carry out within the SAP, or whether it is in the BTP?
Ma'am, SAP's recommendation is to keep the core clean. That means zero customizations on ERP and do everything outside. So whatever you need for that, be it ABAP runtimes, be it any custom logic that Z reports or equivalent that people used to do from the older ERP, we do all of that as in BTP as a satellite and call them as functions within S4.
But in that case, database will reside on the cloud for BTP.
Yes, if we are using
a transaction-based customizations, we would like database to be on
correct.
Itself.
No, fair.
How it will serve.
Correct. So what I'm saying is, so for example, there is an application as a front end where 80% of it is the ERP specific application, 20% is custom, but ultimately the data has to go into ERP. That is fine. But I'm saying we don't want to create that as a new custom table, new custom T code, or a new custom transaction on the ERP. We do that front ending part of it and creating that logic on the BTP. And then we write it to the tables within the ERP, right? Into the standard table.
Take an example, easy example, wherein I'm using the SAP's base tables and additional fields I'm consuming as my custom requirement to fulfill my requirement. Okay. So now in that case, I need not require to go create the new C table.
Correct.
Okay. But some functionality I require to build in so that the data capturing or storing can happen in that additional field within the standard. So now, what do you call this as? Whether
Yes. Yeah. So this is typically a customization. Okay.
right.
So this is what we have something called as a ABAP runtime on BTP, which allows us to do these customizations, and it will actually store that custom data also within the BTP runtime only. It will not write back to S4HANA, but it will be linked via metadata. So for example, if I then query back, and let's say 80% of those queries are from standard table, 20% of it is coming from custom, the metadata will pull equally from both. Right. So that is how then we can keep the core clean without for an user, he won't know whether the query is coming from S4 or this. And all of this can be done at a Fiori tile only. You don't have to create a custom UI for this. So the front end can still be very much the Fiori of S4 HANA, but just that the source of that Fiori tile might not be 100% HANA DB, 80% HANA DB, 20% somewhere, but the same Fiori tile.
Basically, the bottom line is to handle it via the logics so that the data from whether it is BTP or this thing, you handle it via your the write-up or code, so
Yes.
that none of the Z content or the
Is created.
created in the SAP.
Correct. Absolutely. Because even today, some customers are even going for the public cloud. So in public cloud, even if you want something, you cannot do it. And every time there is an upgrade and all of that, it becomes a challenge. So as a best practice, we strongly recommend that we don't do customization. However, the system does allow to do it, but then that is the best practice.
What would be the response if you? It will not come because we have on-prem S4HANA and it will be on cloud.
Yes.
So how will manage the response and all those?
So typically these are very lightweight applications. So I have personally, in fact, I have seen the cloud response sometimes faster, but for that wouldn't be a challenge in terms of the query response. Of course, the internet bandwidth is needed. Apart from that, you will not have any operational challenges that one part of the data has loaded, other fails or something like that. Everything anyway comes with a 99.9% SLA in terms of the uptime, in terms of the response rates and all of that.
So we need to have a dedicated tunnel sort of thing, or?
So there are two options. So it is ultimately a public cloud, right? But for some services, we provide a dedicated tenant called a private instance within the public cloud. But for some services which are not mission critical, we only provide the shared tenant. But however, all of these have a scale up and scale down compute. So at no point, or at least I have not seen in the 5-6 years of the existence of SAP's cloud services, where because somebody went on a public cloud, the performance is suffering. No, because we have a lot of compute which are shared between multiple tenants. So it manages, right? It's not an issue.
Just a small query.
Sure.
See, traditionally what we have been doing is that for all customizations, we have various nodes in SAP. And on those nodes, we write the BAPs and BAPs.
Yes.
And we link them and we do the customization.
Yes.
Now you're saying that BTP would be better. So how do we decide that which one to adopt, either BTP or this?
So again, BADIs and BAPI concept, we are saying don't use it. Don't use it in S4HANA. In fact, S4HANA, it is not easy also to write a BADI or a BAPI. You have to write it as a custom logic, right? Because that entire concept of a Z or that ECC structure itself is not there anymore. So again, yeah, best practice, don't use BADI or BAPI customization on ERP, but wherever required. So for example, in the planning tool, right? So there is a table in SAP called AC.P, which is the planning table for finance. Now you might say that the financial planning that I do, I want to write back. So typically in the ECC world, you have to write a BAPI, but SAP has now made that a standard integration where you can click a button, it will write back to AC.P. Right. So those are, some are out of the box, some can be natively created as logic, but again, do all of that in the BTP customization only.
BADI and BAPI are
Not there in S. They are for ECC.
They are for ECC. And
currently, whatever.
Why is this? Why is this not being taken care in the S4HANA? We just wanted to understand.
So one is the entire structure of S4HANA, the way it has been built. Right. Earlier, there was a clear differentiation between the application layer and the database layer. ECC would run on any DB. Right. So then we only had the application that SAP provided. So we completely had BADI and BAPI as the way to do all of those customizations. We didn't have something like a BTP back then. So there was no way for us to go and preach that keep the core clean, because there was no other way to do business. But today, with the advent of BTP and the tight integration that the application layer and the DB layer has between S4 and HANA, ensures that if I start doing a lot of customizations, everything will have a an impact on the DB layer, right? An example is, for example, in ECC on HANA, there were physical aggregates that used to be stored when ECC was running on an Oracle or something like that, multiple levels of aggregates. But HANA only works on the source tables. All the aggregates are created as virtual data models. So there, for example, AC DOCA is your consolidated financial table, or BSEG is your consolidated, material table. So here, if I have to create one additional column, that kind of screws up the entire structure of AC DOCA and all of the pre-built content that I talk about, be it the CFO dashboard, be it the workflow, all of them start, have to be again retweaked. So that's where then, our recommendation is to say that keep that part of the core clean. Don't write BADI, BAPI, custom Z tables and logic there. Try to do it in BTP, and then have that Fiori still as the unified layer, which can bring from both places.
Z table we have to create in BTP.
So not Z table, but the equivalent, any customization like Z. But that Z table concept again is not there in S4.
Typically, sir, if you look at the early adopters of SAP, they call SAP as a ZSAP. They created their own ERP inside our ERP, and maybe you might have done that in the past also. The thing is, we paid 50 penalties for doing that, even including my customers also doing that. So that is where we realized that if in the coming years, if the technology is changing so fast, the business requirements are changing fast, making that kind of environment, keeping pace with the technology changes and the process changes required is going to be a nightmare. That is where we get customers to see as much as possible you adopt a standard solution. If business cannot proceed with a standard solution, look at an add-on solution or an embedded solution and available with SAP, go with that module. No, nothing is working out. You have to create a custom, then look at this. And in your case, it could be possible because we have a slight deviation here. When we look at from the different customers to Maruti Suzuki, we have taken cautiously a few calls that we will keep our servers in-house. And it has to run even in a LLM kind of environment. Couple of places you still wanted to take a BAPI approach because you wanted to keep an on-prem versus on-prem integration, keeping the world outside out. So some calls absolutely in your business context you have to take, then that is the deliberation. So how do we come to that? I think this is a very good question. Where do I see that thin line? Where should I differentiate? Whether I do it here inside the S4 box, or I put an add-on, or I put a complete custom. And so if we, if I succeed in this today's session, probably what we will come out is that we will understand that, okay, integration related things, okay, these are the 3-4 people who needs to have that knowledge, who can take those calls. Probably once you get the basic idea that what kind of integration technology is available with SAP, and we can do a separate session looking at the integration requirements, capabilities versus which is the best match for you. Typically on the customizations which are coming out because of the workflows or any other customization, probably we'll set up a small team and try to give you more hands-on on that so that you will be able to take that thin line decision.
But it can be a hybrid approach also.
Absolutely.
It can be. It's just a best practice from our side.
You said, nice. DOCA is free table and finance actually.
Okay.
You see DOCA and DOCA. So maybe we won't like to do any customization.
Yes. Beyond that.
So
better to do it
on
outside.
The hybrid approach, I can give you 2 classic examples. Today, most of my customers' portals, supplier portal, dealer portals,
doesn't have a complete sourcing cycle or an end-to-end cycle like an Ariba kind of thing. They just need an ASN to come in. Partners have created the portals on BTP. Our eWay and IRN bill comes through the integration platform of this. So hybrid, 99% or 100% of my customers are the hybrid approach. We have just got entered into that 100% cloud, and few customers, very few customers, gone live with 100% cloud.
Yeah, that's where I am very clear to say it's not don't do, but that is the best practice. But of course, during blueprinting, we really take a call whether, like you said, some critical table that we don't want to touch, which has dependency on other thing, we can look at. But for others,
maybe your production system, while the technology may be there, you have your own protocols, so it cannot be opened up for many purposes. There is a set of permissions you may get. It's gone out of the presentation mode.
Oh, so while making FSDs for our customized biceps, we have to decide at that time itself whether to go for BTP or
correct.
Okay.
So I
to make it as similar for a BTP screen and an S4 screen, that is possible because both of them are on the UI file.
So yeah, Fiori as a standard theme, because we want to maintain the unified one, is one of the themes of BTP. But having said that, people also develop their front-end portals or employee portals on BTP. So that you can say need to be completely a different look and feel for company colors and all of that, apart from an S4HANA screen. So that is completely like you can write something in Angular or Node.js and create a very fancy looking application. It's supported as well. But for just in the sense of uniformity, what we recommend is we use the same Fiori design principles for at least core application extensions. But for non-satellite application extensions, we can use that. So before I go further, this was a slide that I had. I mean, I had initially not planned to cover it, but I wanted to just of this view where we can take a call when we are looking at a migration. Of course, this says RISE, so but it is also relevant for on-prem to say while I prepare and clean my data, optimize my processes, migrate my S4, then share the S4 data, derive intelligence, and build apps. Right. So what are the of course this is must have, should have, and would have, which is our point of view, but just leaving that aside, we are saying, for example, when we are doing the migrate and maintain, right? So we typically have things like an impact analysis, which allow us to look at what would be the impact of having an application outside, to something called as a Signavio workflow, which actually allows me to model a particular process flow and look at where it is coming from. And the very simple example is if my approval sits in a separate workflow box without sending an email, and the average time for a person to do that is, let's say, 3 days, how is my overall procure to pay cycle deviating from my SLA, right? Or my order to cash deviating from my SLA? Those kind of things can be modeled, in something like a Signavio. And then you take a call whether we want to use the BTP extensions which we are just speaking about for Fiori and ABAP customizations, or we want to do it in the core itself, so that for very standard workflows and very standard options, a person doesn't even go outside. He does everything as a small, extension on S4 itself. So, I mean, I'm happy to share this slide with you as well, but I didn't want to dive into this in detail. But if you look at, we have all the BTP services that we spoke about earlier mapped to this to say which all services, even during my migration or my blueprinting, could probably add some value to optimize my core processes and my core flows. So these are all the services that we spoke about, right from AppGyver, the low code to no code to low code, to the data warehousing that we spoke about, to the event mesh for integration when it comes to sharing, analytics cloud for analysis, and then the entire migration with master data governance, and all of these are services that are available, which we can then really choose if we want to use them during our blueprinting.
So, I don't know how many slides you have in your overall. Now we have 1 hour.
So for example, in a lead to cash, you typically integrate with something like a CRM or your B2 like a commerce portfolio. So typically all the integrations that you want from Amazon to Salesforce or SAP customer experience to a NetSuite or a Market or a Zoho, Shopify, all of them are available here as native integrations. Similarly, in a source to pay, you would integrate with systems like an Ariba or a Coupa or a Blue Yonder, mostly that are there. And these are just indicative, right? There are multiple others more. And from a hire to retire, it might be success factors, but it will also be Workday, for example. You might be connecting to LinkedIn directly to source and all of that. That is available. From a plan to production, typically you might have some external data of production lying in any of these systems. So we have adapters to this. We have adapters to DocuSign, Adobe Sign, UNEC and ASICS 12, primarily from e-signing and DocuSign kind of capabilities. Payment integration to Freshworks, QuickBooks, Microsoft Dynamics, Sage available here. And from an issue to resolution, Jira is one of the popular ones. We also have ServiceNow, or if it is Salesforce Cloud or any of them, or of course it is SAP Customer Experience, SAP Service Cloud, what we call. All of those issues to resolution is available as well. And one of the important thing to notice, these are all process to process integrations, right? So it is not an API based integration where they give one API, we just pull it and then we do what is there and push it back via an API. These are all actually live flows. So for example, a sourcing event that happens in Ariba or a reverse auction that happens in Ariba, I can trigger my procure to pay cycle and look at my purchase order, auto trigger, the purchase order based on a purchase requisition from an Ariba event and those kind of things. I can actually do an application to application logic. I don't have to really take a data, dump it into a data lake or a data warehouse. From there, take it to the ERP. Not like that. It can all be app to app without having to have a middleman or a middle layer, right? And that is the power of the integration.
Is there some integration with Vistex also?
Yes, Vistex is anyway running on the S4HANA box.
Vistex is not a separate thing. The
Vistex
code
will
is
run-
within S4HANA.
It will run inside S4HANA.
So there you don't need any integration.
The thin line example, right? So can I put that heavy code into the as a custom application? It is not possible. At the same time, restricts the kind of cycles that you are running, durations that you are running. It has to be submerged into the product itself. So that is where we suggested not customizing through this. But however, we are taking across scenarios from you. One of the scenarios probably the company we see that along with you if we can.
For posting to S4HANA, it will go through BTP.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Absolutely.
There is one question. They mentioned all the customization should be in BTP as we discussed. But there are certain information which is a part of the core. That's example what you mentioned, Nagari. That's example is scheduled for us. But Nagari number is a key information.
Correct.
And that we have to map somewhere in the SAP.
Right.
Core. Okay, like what we got from the team that you have to create the IBD, every technical term. You have to create the IBD, and with the IBD you have to map that
Nagari.
number.
Yes,
That's
yes.
So it is in the core, I think.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
So, like it's a customization, I think in core also we are adding such type of.
Absolutely. So I think the idea for you would be to look at these customizations in terms of the simplicity. If we're looking at Nagari to S4 integration, that integration is one part where we're looking at BTP coming in. But once that integration has happened, there is a field that is getting updated with a reference number of Nagari. That reference customization, we go ahead and do it here in S4.
In core.
In core,
So,
right? So you can actually then start looking at it in that perspective, the complexity and the amount of impact that it will have on the core table.
Yes.
Idea for us is let us not touch the standard tables so much, but the standard tables also allow for these flexibilities that your Nagari number is getting updated in a text field. The text field is already there in the standard itself. So you're just bringing it and putting it there.
There's no impact.
There's no impact on the standard tables. Wherever standard tables are getting impacted is where we are saying keep it clean. May move it to BTP.
Mark.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So for example, we have scenarios of, let's say, route optimization for sales staff and all of that, which leverages Google Map APIs, which does the route optimization. Then it is linking with the dealer network and then a predictive recommendation of the route and what should be positioned proactively based on the historic data in SAP, working with the Google Maps and then the recommendation. So I just wanted to explain that concept visually, right? To say, see, ultimately we are saying the Fiori tile or the S/4HANA front end is the unique entry point, right? Now that Fiori front end has an application logic layer. So now I have a decision point to say, should I point an application logic layer all to the S/4HANA table where I have done the customization, or under the application logic layer, I say that 70% of the data is in SAP, 30-40% is a customization. And the application logic layer has a metadata model which knows where to pull what. And ultimately to the user, it is a very customized screen, but your core is still clean. Right? So that is ultimately what I wanted to just showcase.
But through classic interface, it's not possible. SAP classic interface.
You are planning to, it is possible, it is possible, but then it all becomes not Fiori development. It becomes again more like that BAPI kind of a world equivalent. So yeah, since I got the marker, I'm going to say that if this is the S/4HANA front end, and this is my HANA DB where my actual data is lying. I have a option to say, okay, 10% of it is customization. So for the user who is here, he logs in and he gets equivalent. Or I say that, okay, it's a 40% customization. Let me do it in BTP. Now here there is a metadata management layer which authenticates the user and all of that. So this knows for this particular transaction, X amount of data is here, Y amount of data is here, and holistically XY comes here. Right, and this is that decision point to say, okay, it's only 10%. I'm okay to not keep my core clean because it's it's something that it cannot be differentiated for some reason. So then I do it here. But if it is more of a complete satellite, multiple tables that need to be created, then I probably do it here, and that metadata management part is here. But again, as I'm insisting that immaterial of where this sits for the end user, it will be seamless from a business process standpoint. It's only about how clean do we want to keep the core, because I have seen in projects once we start touching the core, it's very hard to stop. Everything then gets pushed to the core.
I'll take one additional view to this. When we are doing the customizations and we are pulling data from any external system, the first thing for us is to look at where that external data can be mapped in the standard table structure. There is a possibility that I may find a direct mapping in my core system. If such a mapping is existing, then via the integration layer, I bring in the data, map it to the standard field, and my customization is restricted to only that integration. When I do not find such a field, and the example I take again, continuing the eNagari example, the eNagari number is coming in, I don't have an equivalent of that. Therefore, I'm looking at inbound delivery as an example, and inbound delivery will be a document that SAP will create. However, when I'm referencing to this, I want to understand what is that eNagari number. So it is a mapping of eNagari number into some attribute of that inbound delivery. There are multiple attributes that get provided. I can map it to one of those attributes. Still, I've not touched the core. If I'm going beyond this, that I've not found any equivalent field, I've not found an attribute, and the field needs to be customized, that is when we're getting into this logic that Varun is explaining.
Right.
Just one question. As far as the front ending, I think.
HANA. Yes, for HANA. Yeah.
So means core you mean only database, not the front ending.
No. Everything, both.
So
there is custom logic to identify where we go to the BTP and go to the HANA.
Yeah,
That is not
interface.
Give that intelligence now.
So what I'm saying when I say S/4HANA here is the Fiori cockpit. That is your entry point. Now there is a, as I was talking about that UX design part of BTP, it allows you to extend your Fiori application. So ultimately, I will use the same BTP to create this extension. So for a user, this Fiori is not standard Fiori anymore. It is a customized Fiori, which is absolutely okay because my core is still clean, right? Whatever customization has been done is from a user-centric persona level. So that, user interface point of view. So that is that. So probably I shouldn't call it S/4HANA because S/4HANA ultimately is the whole system, right? This I should just call it Fiori. Into rover for a second, I thought it's permanent one.
What extent one should utilize these additional fields in the S4 which are reserved for the future utilization perspective. But now itself, if I find all those fields I'm consuming, is it okay, or is it? I say, for example, there are 10 additional fields been given in the standard. Now, all the 10 fields I'm consuming at this stage itself, is it okay? While doing certain mapping or something, I'm utilizing it, all the additional fields.
It's okay. Again, if it is not mission critical, then we can still push it to BTP. But I think that is when we do that blueprinting, there is no need to keep a backup, because after a implementation exercise of S4, it is very rare that new tables get added. So during blueprinting, you don't have to keep buffer for the future. Worst case, if you require, you can create new custom ones. So I would recommend that if you can leverage them. Okay. So from integration, as Mahendra was also pointing out, we have an entire API hub where you can go in and see all the APIs that are available from integration. So all the 2,500 plus, you can apply a filter based on application to application, data to data, process to process. All of that it can provide. Just losing some connectivity. But if there are no questions on integration, I will just move to the process automation piece.
Just a small query related to integration.
Sure.
What I want to understand is what is the level of data integration between BTP or SAP, BTP and SAP. I mean to say that whenever there is a data interchange between two such platforms, either it is push-pull or metadata.
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, in SAP, there are various modules.
Correct.
So for example, in calibration PP or PM module, we are having a master data and all the fields are exactly mapped to each other.
Yes.
So there is complete integration.
Yes.
Suppose I build any application in BTP platform. So how much is the integration field to field mapping with the core SAP? Or we have to map each and everything through some APIs, or there is some kind of integration inbuilt in BTP and SAP?
There is some kind of integration inbuilt. So broadly, there are 4 integration mechanisms. One is, as you said, metadata, which we call as a federated model. So where the data is still in SAP and I am using only a federation of the data there. Then we have something called as a trigger-based replication. So whenever there is a change data happening in SAP, it pulls. Then thirdly, we have the scheduled replication, which every 1 hour it kind of pull. And then there is a dump, right, where I can take a time series based snapshot and extract. So all of these are supported, and it depends on what scenario I'm using. So in that scenario, for example, I am not doing any replication, right? Let's say I am using the sidecar approach on HANA, where I've built a new custom table. BTP in that example is having 0 data transfer, because I am only using the skin part of BTP, not the data part of BTP. But if I am using a satellite application on BTP, for example, then I am actually leveraging some data that I am collecting on the satellite application. Maybe I'm aggregating it and then posting it. So a very simple example, I am into, let's say, a milk delivery business. I'm asking all my delivery people how much milk that you need. They all have a custom app. They put their requirement. It is aggregated and then punched in at the end of the day onto the ERP system, right? So then this becomes then a scheduled based replication that I do into SAP. But there are scenarios, for example, the one that I am showing you, like in analytics, for example, we have the content network for analytics. So if you look at the business content that we provide, and this is true for RPA and stuff also. If I look at the content network, where we are providing pre-built content for all of this, and if I take finance as an example, right, it will tell me that this content is expecting a certain form of data, right, in the backend. So for example, cash flow, P&L, growth, profitability, all of these are KPIs that are provided in BTP, right? And for this to work, the system says that this is all getting pulled from the AC Doka table. So then this becomes an actual one-to-one mapping of the data model in S4HANA to the data model that we are providing in analytics for it to work as plug and play. right? Otherwise, you'll have to manually configure. So this similarly applies for, in the next, presentation, when we talk about all the process automation and stuff, then the same concept applies, right? So all these RPA that we are talking about, and even the, pre-trained bots that I will talk about in the RPA store that we provide. In order to cache, we have multiple RPAs that are plug and play and all of that. So these will share the same data model of S/4HANA to be plug and play in reality. If I have made some customization, then I will have to tweak this pre-built bot. Right? I hope that answers of how the mapping between BTP and SAP is.
Suppose if I build, for example, a module in BTP, suppose I build a module on new part development.
Okay.
It's not a very elaborate model in current SAP. Suppose I build it there, and I need some data from inspection module or audit module. So those modules I'm using standard.
Okay.
If I put the transaction number of BT SAP, if I put the transaction number of SAP of that related inspection lot or that audit module or that calibration number in BTP, so will that integration be possible or they have to do it manually?
It will be possible. Absolutely. So again, so then it is only, question of, do I look at an app to app or a data to app kind of an integration? What protocol? But these are certain scenarios, right? So we have example in like this in shop floor automation, even to say the purchase order data is in SAP, the supplier data is in SAP, a thermal camera is checking for any
नहीं वो थोड़ा सा लैग होगा शायद आ जाएगा ठीक है Okay, perfect. So good afternoon everyone. I hope all, specifically the one who are on Teams, can hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, perfect. So what we will do today is we will first of all quickly recap the requirements. So quickly from an agenda standpoint, what we will do is that we will quickly recap the requirements. So this is a mix of the email which had come in and also what we had discussed last time. So last time we had quite a detailed conversation. So we'll do a quickly recap the requirements. We will have a quick recap of the overview. We wouldn't be spending a lot of time on the Ppds slide overview here, that anyways we will cover as part of the demonstration. We will look at what are the key features and then we will directly jump into the demos. There are at a broad level 3 demos that I would want to cover. The first one is the multi-level planning with alternative resource and setup matrix. The other one would be the tooling constraints. Third one would be the machine downtime, where we would also look at the integration between the plant maintenance and the Ppds.
You guys want to record again?
Started.
Okay.
So that's the broad level agenda. How much time do we have? Based on that, I'll pace my conversation. Meeting to 6:30 बजे तक book है. Just want to confirm. Is it 5, 5:36? Infinite. Perfect.
For an hour was not more than an hour.
Okay. So beyond, I mean, the span of attention also goes off.
You close on after 1 hour and detailed discussion.
We'll continue.
Sure, I think that makes sense. When we do the recap and key features, I think the demo can then subsequently.
Okay, so will everyone be there with for the demo or?
You show demo also in this, but try to squeeze it in 1 hour. Whatever is left out, Ankit Gandhi will.
Beyond that, with the team which is present here.
That gives me clarity. Perfect. Then from a key requirements perspective, what is it that we're looking at? We are looking at one, the sequence planning, which is sequence and scheduling of planned orders or production orders. Setup matrix and changeability. Actually, the first 4 can broadly be clubbed together, because in all the first 4, what we are essentially saying is that we want to come out with a plan, and we want to come out with a plan while taking into account what is the change over while you move from one product to another product on that specific machine. So, we could as well club the first 4. Within this, another important aspect also is the tooling, that we also want to look at the tooling, which is dies or molds, also to be considered as a constraint. So if I have, let's say, 5 press machines, where technically I can produce those body panels, but then if I have only 2 dies, then of course I can only use 2 press machines at that point in time, because I only have 2 dies available. So we would also be looking at that. Before I come to what if scenario, the next important aspect, since we are talking about a very detailed production planning and scheduling, is how does my factory calendar, how does my shift calendar look like? Because certain machines would be operating, say, 1 shift, certain machines would be operating 2 shifts. And even when we say a shift again will have different kinds of breaks. Tea break hoga, lunch break hoga. So how do we really account for that as well? Because that again has an impact on the throughput for the shift. So we would also be looking at that, and we will also be looking at having the flexibility that, okay, if I'm running 2 shifts, but because of the demand that I have, I want to also run 3rd shift for a specific time period, we would be looking at that. Work cycle availability and again shift, they are again both clubbed together. The machine availability here is more so from the perspective of maintenance. Say that, okay, maintenance has got a plan for next 1 month. So I also want to account for that while I'm coming out with my production plan. So we'll be looking at that. And the important aspect also is the what if scenarios, which is if I'm able to do everything, if I have good amount of capacity, then there is no problem. But when that does not happen, then how do I come out with different scenarios? So different scenarios here could be that I want to run an extra shift, or I want to run a couple of hours extra, maybe not the complete shift. Then how would the different scenarios look like? And within that also, sometimes you would want to look at, okay, from a production standpoint, the best situation is club all the similar products together so that I'm able to reduce my changeover. But then does that really work well for my downstream processes of my body shop and others? Does it really work well for that? And there as well, you would want to look at these different scenarios. What if I give utmost importance to my production priorities? Then how does the plan look like? Okay, what if I give utmost priority to my downstream demand, which is coming up? Then how does my plan look like? So that is what we would be looking at. So this is broadly, I think, the understanding of the requirement. There is one part that we had also discussed about the cross plant planning, which I have not covered it here, but that's again an important requirement that you have, given the fact that there are certain transmissions being made in one plant, and then from that plant they are being supplied to the other plant. So there will also be a lot of stock transfer scenarios as well. So that's the understanding of the requirements. Before I proceed, any comments? Anything mixed out glaringly?
One thing is missing. Cross plant planning.
That's what I said just now. Cross plant planning.
One is cross plant planning, and maybe as we go into this, so there were 2 types of plan. One is the normal plan, another is the stock making plan.
The pre-build.
Pre-build.
Correct. So that we will anyways cover as part of the what if scenarios. Yeah. Perfect. So while we were discussing last time, we were also looking at generally what are the key drivers when somebody says that, yeah, I want to look for a constraint-based production planning or scheduling thing. Or what are those questions for which typically a planner would want to get an answer for? So one question is that, okay, while I'm coming out with the plan, can I consider my material and capacity constraints together? Because right now what happens is when you look at the traditional MRP, as the name suggests, it is material requirement planning. So what it does is that it does a backward scheduling, and then it says that, okay, these are the materials what I need. It does look at the capacity requirements as well, but it assumes that you have infinite capacity, and then it is left to the planner to figure out कि मुझे इसको आगे बनाना है, पीछे बनाना है, दूसरी machine पे बना सकता हूँ. So that decision is largely left to the planner. So the one of the key drivers is, can I focus on material and capacity both put together? Then the other aspect is the backlog free. Now, what do we really mean by a backlog free here is कि मैंने अगले let's assume last week मैंने plan बनाया था, but have I really been able to 100% adhere to that plan? Is there something which I still need to do from the last week's plan? So that is what we mean here by backlog. So that while I'm running the plan, how do I want to handle that backlog which I was supposed to complete? The third aspect is the optimization, which is looking at the capacity usage and setup. And the example that I was giving, that मैं production का capacity भी देखना चाहता हूँ, changeover भी देखना चाहता हूँ, but at the same time मैं मेरा downstream का requirement क्या है, body shop का क्या requirement है, वो भी मैं देखना चाहता हूँ. So the optimization part. Then when we look at it from an how part, so one is yes, the system has done the planning, but given that you have got hundreds of different materials that are being produced, as a planner, I cannot look at everything. So what I need is, I want to have a system which can tell me what are the exceptions. So when I run the plan, system should tell me कि अच्छा आपका utilization इतना है, आपकी इतनी demands delay होने वाली है, okay, आपका total changeover time इतना होने वाला है. So I would want to look at only those exceptions which then I can manage. So I don't have to, as a planner, look at all the hundreds of materials that are being planned. Another important aspect is, fine, I have understood that there is a problem, but I also need to do a root cause analysis. कि अगर ये मैं order अगर time पे नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो उसका कारण क्या है? Is there a capacity bottleneck at that machine? Is there a capacity bottleneck at the upstream machine? Or maybe I don't have the material also available, specifically more important for the imported ones where you have long lead times. So that root cause analysis becomes important. And the other thing is the simulation or the what if scenarios that we were talking about. So these are the typical drivers, what we would have for the planning and scheduling system. And of course, all these are covered within the PPDS tool that we are talking about. This slide I had also talked about last time. Just a quick brief on why I'm bringing up this slide again is the embedded planning and scheduling capability. What we are looking at, as the name suggests, embedded, it is within S/4HANA itself. That means that you do not have to take your master data, take your transaction data anywhere. सब कुछ S4 में ही है, उसको already पता है आपके material masters क्या है, work centers क्या है, आपका bill of material का definition क्या है, आपका routing का definition क्या है, उसे already पता है, आपके stock transfer orders के बारे में उसे पता है, आपके demands के बारे में उसको पता है, आपके inventory के बारे में उसको पता है, आपके open POs के बारे में उसे पता है. Everything the planning tool knows because it is within S/4HANA itself, and that brings in then a significant amount of benefits. So these are the typical inputs, and while you are coming out with the plan, important thing is that I have certain business rules basis which I work out my plan. I have certain priorities basis which I want to look at my plan. And the tool, as I said, it takes into account capacity as well as material together. Another important aspect is that there are various advanced algorithms that are available, which I will again cover in the demo as well. So there are heuristics available, there are optimizers also available, which will eventually help us achieve the stated objective what we have. Since it is part of S4, so it is faster, it is easier, and it is also simpler because as a planner, I'm still working on only one system, which is S/4HANA. I don't have to juggle or jump between different systems. And the word what you see here is live, and it is live because it is within S4 system. So these are the broadly high level capabilities what we are looking at. Now, before I jump into the demo, how does the overall planning process look like? Eventually, first of all, you will have a master plan. The plan, okay, the other day that you were talking about, कि मुझे अगले 3 महीने का plan बनाना है. And while I'm making that plan, I also want to look at my supplier constraints and so on and so forth, basis which I want to come out with that plan. So that plan actually becomes the input here. And then we are looking at the MRP. Now, the objective of MRP here is eventually do all that net requirement calculation. There are bill of material kya hai. I may have one bill of material. I may have multiple bill of materials as well. So that is what we are doing in the second step. And third step is now then we are doing a finite capacity scheduling. And then we are also looking at multi-level synchronization because you will have your manufacturing value chain is not just one operation, right? You will have multiple operations. So while I'm coming out with that schedule, I need to ensure that everything is in sync. Yeah, so that's the multi-level synchronization that we are talking about. Now, although here the step 1 and 2 looks like 2 different steps, but practically from a system perspective, you can do that within one run itself. आपको अलग-अलग उसको करने की जरूरत नहीं है. आप एक single run में आप अपना MRP भी कर सकते हैं और आप अपना scheduling भी कर सकते हैं, and which I will actually show it to you in the demo. And finally, when you do all of this, you release it to execution. And so typically, you would release the next 3 days plan to the shop floor basis, which the shop floor will start working upon that. So this is the high level process what we are looking at. So what I just wanted to highlight here is while we are talking about the planning here, what are the typical things that one needs to consider at a broad level? See, it is always about balancing supply and demand, right? Whenever we say planning, ultimately है क्या? मतलब मुझे supply और demand को balance करना है. But the moment you go into granularities is when you start understanding that there are much more complexities that are involved in eventually balancing it out. So which is what we have tried to highlight here. So for example, we will have alternate routings. We'll have multiple machines where the same product can be, same material can be manufactured. Okay. Again, there also we'll have two kinds of flavors. One is the machines are same, which means their throughput, setup, everything is the same. But you will also have another situation wherein you have the machine, there are two machines, but then the throughputs are different. Okay. So how do we really handle that? So that's where the alternate routings or sequence comes into the play, or the alternative resources that comes into the play. The next aspect also is the secondary resources, like in the dyes and molds. So which means that that also needs to be taken into account. The third aspect also is the inter-operation times and relationships. So let's say if you do annealing करने के बाद में मुझे 2 घंटा उसको curing करना पड़ता है. So then that time also needs to be taken into account. That annealing होने के बाद में I cannot immediately send it to the next operation. मुझे उसको 2 घंटे के लिए वहाँ पे curing करना है उसका. Okay. So those are the things such as inter-operation times. There is also min-max time. Then that is also being factored in here. And then there is also inter-order relationship, which is if I am changing something for this upstream or downstream order, everything else should also get synchronized based on that. So that whole pegging thing, which I was talking about in the previous session, that okay, if this is my demand, then इसके लिए मैं क्या बना रहा हूँ, उसके लिए मेरा sub assembly क्या है, उसके लिए मेरा lowest level पे क्या है. So that pegging is also done, and you always try to ensure that this whole thing is synchronized. So this is the slide that I was talking about, where you have your requirement that is coming in. You have your requirement here, which is the 1 and 3 that you're talking about. Okay. Now, in your case, this will not be a customer order. In your case, this is basically the weld plan that you have, which becomes input for you, and basis that then you will do all the previous planning. So that's your requirement. Based on that, you are generating some orders, and then for that you require some semi-finished, and for that semi-finished you require the raw material, and that is where the system automatically establishes the link between your highest level to the lowest level. So which means that if let's say I make change here, if I take this order and if I move it left and right, this level as well as the lower level that needs to get synchronized is what we are looking at. And if there is any problem at any stage, so like in this example, we are looking at okay, there is a delay in receipt of the raw material. So in that case, that needs to get propagated to the upper level as well. So I need to know that if this raw material is getting delayed, then what is the impact of this on my highest level? So that's the pegging that we are talking about. Any questions on this so far? It's just a repeat of last one.
Questions. Yeah. Number one, when you said that it takes care of imported materials also.
Mm-hmm.
So as we had mentioned last time, there will be certain material which is lying, and there will be certain material which is confirmed that it will come on a certain period, like we have weekly receipts.
Right.
So it can be in case also that it has not come physically, but it will come. We know that. So
right.
If I'm running a execution for a month, I know I will have weekly receipts.
Correct.
So, and whether including those to be weekly receipts, it is covered or not. So that is one expectation. Second, just a slight correction. Here it can be a case of customer order also. As you know, we are sending engines to Suzuki Motorcycle India Limited or maybe Toyota.
Absolutely.
So correct. It can be a very well a case of derived requirement, a spares requirement, or a third party requirement also.
Perfect. So yeah, so eventually it is a demand for it. Yeah, but the example that you gave is absolutely right. So in case of engine, then you will have customer orders as well.
And a third thing that just a reconfirmation that you already gave last time. If I want to lock that, for example, I'm running MRP for a plant, but I want to restrict that press shop should be able to adjust its own panel and blank requirement, but should not be able to change the weld plan, then that restriction is available.
That restriction is available. Correct. That restriction is available. Okay.
First is the imported materials. Imported materials, they will have some which is in inventory and some which will have a confirmed receipt plan.
Yeah.
So will both be considered is what
So both will be considered because for the system, it's a supply. Some part of the supply already exists with me right now in the form of inventory and some part of the supply is expected. So whenever we talk about the supply here in the this slide, okay, the production plan, not here, it's not here, sorry. So whenever we talk about the supplies, it's both. So whatever is your future supply that you are expected to receive, that is also taken into account.
And will you be showing in today's demo the container what you mentioned that in case we change the container dates, postpone or
Well, if we have some imbalance.
last time we discussed that whether which
If that, yeah, if shipment gets late, maybe nahi, mere demo mein nahi hai.
that can be handled.
But it takes care.
Yeah, it takes care. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that, so I'm going to move to the first demo that we're going to talk about. So I will just, set the context here. So what are we talking about here is we are interested to do a sequence dependent setup. Yeah. And what do I have here is I have different products here, product 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. And then there are different kinds of product groups here. And I've just tried to put some image of let's say the door panel here. So you will have different kinds of door panels. And so logically you have put them into different groups or different buckets because of the fact that the kind of die setup that is required is similar for that. Okay, so this is called as format F1, F2, F3, or you could call this as group 1, 2, 3. Doesn't really matter so much. And this is the matrix. So last time we had that question about, okay, how does this really work? So it's a representative matrix which says that, okay, if I go from this format F1 to F1, which means that if I change within this product 1, 2, 3, then my changeover 0 minutes. Now, in practicality, it could still be 5 minutes, okay? But this is just an example. If I go from F1 to F2, it takes me 240 minutes. And subsequently, this matrix basically helps us understand that what is a changeover. And then the objective would always be that can I try to avoid the change? One is number of changeovers. And even if I have to do the changeover, can I reduce the changeover time?
Optimization.
Optimization. Correct. So when it is looking at the sequencing, so that's the whole objective here, which is there is a setup that is involved here. Then I try to get this product within the format 1. If I have product 1, 3, and 2, I will try to get them together so that my setup reduces. And once I have done, once I'm done with that, then I move to the second format, which is here, which is product 6 and 7. And then I move to format F1 or F3, depending upon, of course, what the demand or what the requirement is. So essentially what you're trying to do here is that we are trying to get them together to the extent possible. So that is how the system will behave. And it takes into account your setup time as well as costs. Okay. And again, why do we have costs here is, let's say, for example, now in your case, since the setup times are not big, okay, the difference between some of the setup times could be, few minutes of difference. Now, from an optimizer standpoint, you might say that, okay, from a time perspective, there is not much of a difference. But by bringing in cost, you are trying to ensure that I'm able to also trying to minimize that. And last time I had given the example of the paint mixing. I have given that example wherein if I go from one, let's say, color to another color, it takes me 30 minutes. But then if I go from that to another color, the type of cleaning which I need to do is different. So though from my changeover time, it looks very similar. तो अगर हम सिस्टम को सिर्फ चेंज ओवर टाइम के हिसाब से करेंगे तो लगेगा यार मोटा मोटा सेम ही है, मतलब 30 मिनट है, 28 मिनट है, 25 मिनट है. So from an optimizer perspective, it might seem like a simple problem. Okay, but we know in reality that if I go from here to here and here to here, my type of cleaning is different. So as a result, though the impact is not on time, but there is an impact on the cost. Okay. In some examples, what I have also observed is with some customers, they say कि यार देखो आप A से B जाओ, A से C जाओ, मोटा मोटा मेरा चेंज ओवर टाइम उतना ही है, लेकिन आप जितना ज्यादा करोगे वो ऑपरेटर परेशान हो जाता है, यार आप ना बार बार चेंज ओवर कराते हो, मेरे लिए पॉसिबल नहीं है,
मतलब कर रहे हैं,
राइट. तो नॉर्मली द प्रोडक्शन टीम इज नॉट कंफर्टेबल. नाउ थियोरेटिकली यू कुड से कि यार क्या फर्क पड़ता है, यहाँ से वहां चले गए तो भी आधा घंटा लगना, यहाँ से वहां भी चले गए तो आधा घंटा लगना. But then the aspect here would be that yes, the amount of work which the production team needs to do could be more. Okay, so that's where that cost really comes into the place. You can play around with the costs to ensure that you are still able to achieve the desired sequence.
But you have not considered inventory here. Suppose product 6 inventory is less and it requires production immediately after production, product 1. So how that will be handled?
So what it will do, so in this case, see, what we are showing here is that it is not in isolation. So this sequence has not come in isolation. It is always looking at कि मुझे मेरे downstream process को कब चाहिए. Okay, so ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि मेरा downstream process को material नहीं मिल रहा है और मैं यहाँ पे बस एक ही product group बनाते जा रहा हूँ. Okay, so it is always in relation to that. So
when we started speaking in the beginning, we said MRP and scheduling together. So what is needed, wo inventory consideration has been taken care. Now we're
in
getting
case you are
into the
saying in case product 6 inventory is less, it will come even if setup time is more, then it will take care.
that precedence will come.
Correct, because it again depends how to what it will say कि यार मेरे पास ये product 6 का shortage है, तो पहले मुझे करना है, भले ही मुझे पता है कि मेरा आधा घंटा 1 घंटा waste हो रहा है change करने के लिए.
So it is like
just Ankit and Patil's PPC team, I think this cost is a good feature here. I think especially when we have to make spares for obsolete models. It will take very long time of setup changes in machine shops and casting.
Yes, sir.
I think इसको हम leverage कर सकते हैं आगे जाके. PPC team है ना MPT का मीटिंग में. And अभी तक जितने भी इन्होंने slides में दिखाया, I think all these are in line with what we require for transmission plant.
Yes, sir.
Broadly, I think exactly what we are thinking is there in whatever has been explained till now. And a customer delight ये था कि you have added cost act. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good to know that. Perfect. So I will move now. So
yes, just to reframe, if I've understood correctly, I mean reiterating goal assessment. So that means if my stock is enough and I'm planning at a 3-day horizon, my number of changeover will be least if I'm already covered for 3 days, or maybe let's say 3 days for the product which I'm manufacturing on the 3rd day in the end.
Right.
Okay, and it will minimize the number of changes. But in case I'm having a criticality, I had a long breakdown. So anyways, the granularity has to be at a day level. Even though my planning horizon can be a week or 3 days, but granularity is 1 day, which effectively means my number of changeovers, if I'm already covered for 2 days, suppose as per today's morning stock, then I will minimize the number of changeovers because I know even with that I'm good to go to the 3rd day. But if my stocks are very critical, it will call for multiple number of changes within the day because every I have to cover 2 hours.
Correct. And one more thing here, Ankit, is that the least unit of measure or least count for us is 1 second.
Great.
Okay. So it is not just day; it can even go down to a minute or second.
It will have to because the sequence of orders will actually mimic that.
So now, when we are talking about optimization, are we just looking at the setup optimization? No, we are also looking at increasing the service level. We are also looking at avoiding delaying the orders. So to that point that we were discussing, that is it only looking at setup? No, it is also looking at will my orders get delayed? And within that also, if we have some preferences to say that maybe this is more profitable or this is a high priority order or high priority product for me, then that also takes into account. So while the optimization is being run, it takes into account all these different factors. It also takes into account mode selection. A mode selection here is that you have 2 kinds of machine. एक महंगी machine है और एक थोड़ा comparatively उसका मेरा running cost कम है. तो अगर आप ये कहते हैं कि नहीं पहले मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि मेरी जिस मशीन की रनिंग कॉस्ट कम है पहले मैं उसको पूरा यूटिलाइज कर लूँ उसके बाद फिर मैं महंगी मशीन पे जाऊंगा. So it also takes that thing also into account. Okay, so if we have those such kind of scenarios as well. Right, and I think we saw this as well. Right, so eventually what we are looking at is coming out with that sequence. So the first scenario now we're going to get into is this multi-level planning with alternative resource and product matrix. So are we all good before I get into the system? Okay.
दूसरा जैसे कॉयल लोड किया तो हालांकि लॉट साइज कंप्लीट हो गया बट थोड़ी सी कॉइल बची है, तो दे वुड लाइक कि उस कॉइल को भी यूज कर लें, अदरवाइज उतारेंगे चढ़ाएंगे तो उतनी कॉइल वेस्ट हो जाएगी, तो दे वुड लाइक टू कंप्लीट द कॉइल।
वो तो कर रहे हैं हम लोग, ओवर डिलीवरी लगा के कर रहे हैं।
वो डिलीवरी करके है, आपका लॉट साइज भी आप डिफाइन करते हो तो इससे भी हो जाएगा।
इसमें नहीं, लॉट साइज तो कंप्लीट हो गया
हाँ।
बट थोड़ा सा कॉइल बचा हुआ है।
थोड़ा बच गया तो
हम 520 करना है।
520 वो आपके पास ओवर डिलीवरी का फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होता है जो आप एग्जीक्यूशन टाइम पे
फिजिकली खुद ही कंट्रोल करना है। ओके,
प्लानिंग में
इसमें लग जाएगा।
प्लानिंग में 5% 10% ओवर डिलीवरी देंगे, इसमें वो कवर हो जाएगा फॉर प्रोडक्शन।
ओके नाउ
जैसे हम 5% एक्स्ट्रा पर्सन करेंगे तो 5 मिनट हमने कंज्यूम कर लिया प्रोडक्शन टाइम, तो अपना प्लानिंग पीपीडीएस की एडजस्ट हो जाएगी 5 मिनट।
सब आगे बढ़ जाएगा।
जियो नेटवर्क राइट नाउ
एयरटेल ले लो, दिल्ली में एयरटेल चलता है।
एयरटेल चलता है, जियो नहीं चलता।
एयरटेल थोड़ा
सेम बिल्डिंग में।
अच्छा
that too is sitting next to Airtel, you want to Jio to
जामर लगा के रखे होंगे। ठीक है, so before I start, what I just want to show you is what are the products that we are working on here. So there are 4 products that we are working on here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the 4 products that we have, and I have maintained a demand for that in week 40, 41, 42. Okay, now this could either be your forecast if you are selling it, or this could as well be your plan from Body Shop. That okay, this is the plan that I have from Body Shop. So I've maintained the requirement here. So if I upload the plan from Body Shop, then of course this will come in this specific format. So this is the demand what we have, which is 50 in week 40, 50 each in week 41 and week 42. So all put together, we are looking at a demand of 600. Okay. Now the next thing is I'm gonna take a planning run. Okay, my system has shut down. Wait a second. Let me log in again. Just give me a moment.
ये शेयर करने के समझ में आ जाएगा ना?
हाँ आ जाएगा। हैंडराइटिंग फिर भी बेटर है मेरे से।
Seriously, you want to connect? You can. My hotspot is off.
मोबाइल का हॉटस्पॉट है, वो और स्लो रहेगा।
नहीं, लास्ट टाइम चल रहा था पूरा।
डाटा कार्ड चाहिए?
Let's see अगर ये हो जाता है।
डाटा कार्ड है इसकी।
So I'm just logging into the system now. So previously what I had shown you was the Fiori Launchpad, what we have, and now I'm logging into the backend system.
इसमें ये आपको जो बेसिक नीड है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, वो सब याद किया है।
So before I run the plan, let's quickly come back and see what is the demand that you were looking at. So we're looking at a demand of 50 each for these different products.
थोड़ा सा डिले है।
थोड़ा सा डिले है ना?
हाँ, okay, again.
Now, how does the structure look like? Okay, so I will just explain you. So I have this product 01. This product has got subassembly, okay, and the subassembly is called as PPO_COM01, okay, and this subassembly will have raw materials. Okay, so that is how the overall bill of material structure is, and this product 01 is made on one work center, which is called as WC10. This one can actually be made on two subassembly lines. So there is SB10 and SB20. These are the two subassembly lines or machines that we have. So which means that for the semi-finished, I have two options which I can explore. For this product 01, it is only on one line. However, for this product, we have maintained the setup matrix, where what we are saying, which I will also show it to you in the system, where we are saying that, okay, if I go from, let's say here it is A, and B, C, that, okay, if you go from A to A, this is the time, A to B, this is the time. Okay, so this is what we will do for the first product. Okay, now what I will do is I will go ahead and run the plan. And now, while I'm running this plan, and I'll come back to this screen later, like what are the options which I did choose, कि मैंने optimizer profile में क्या option लिया था, क्या नहीं लिया था. I will come to that later. For now, let's say we run this. We first of all see the result. What is the result that is coming out, and then we go back that how it was actually set up. Okay, so. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is, here I'm already selecting which are the products which I want to run this for. So you had that question, Ankit, right? कि मैं अगर plan करना चाहता हूँ, do I need to plan for everything, or can I actually select a set of machines or a set of resources while I'm taking that planning run? So in this case, I'm doing planning only for my data set, which is I have 4 products. And I have 2 semi-finished, and then I have raw material as well, but which I'm not including here right now. So I could either choose it by product, I can choose it by location, and as we were discussing, you can also choose it based on production planner. So I have one planner taking care of press shop, I have another planner that is taking care of casting, I have another planner taking care of something else. So you can even give the production planner's number, so that when the plan is being run, उसी के लिए होगा. तो अगर एक बंदा अगर मान लो 100 मटेरियल के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, आपको 100 के यहाँ पे नाम डालने की जरूरत नहीं है. आपके मास्टर डेटा में अगर आपने डिफाइन किया है कि ये संदीप इसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, और आपने अगर यहाँ पे संदीप का वो डाल दिया, that's it. So when the plan is being run, the plan will only be run for those materials for which this person is responsible. Okay. And then there are different other things like profile and all, which I will come to that later. And what I'm doing here is that along with this, I'm also doing a detailed scheduling in one single go. So one is I only have demand at this moment. So I need to do all that कि मेरे पास कितना stock है, मेरे पास कितना आने वाला है, कितने production orders मेरे पास already है, मुझे वो net requirement calculation करना है, मुझे lot size देख के ये check करना है कि मैं किस दिन कितना बनाऊंगा, और साथ ही साथ मैं ये भी देख रहा हूँ कि मैंने ये तो decide कर लिया कि इस दिन मैं इतना बनाऊंगा, but उस दिन में मेरा actual schedule क्या रहने वाला है, उस दिन में मेरा सीक्वेंस क्या रहने वाला है, कि मैं पहले क्या बनाऊंगा, उसके बाद क्या बनाऊंगा, उसके बाद क्या बनाऊंगा. So both these things, which is my production planning and sequencing, is being done in a single run. Okay, so I will go ahead and I will execute this.
Planning का result ही sequencing हुआ ना, मैं थोड़ा का बात नहीं समझ पाया.
So see, when you do planning, essentially first thing what you are doing, see आज भी अगर आप जहाँ कहीं भी आप planning करते होंगे, let's assume आप Excel में planning करते हैं आज की डेट में, तो आप सबसे पहले क्या करेंगे, आप देखेंगे कि भी मुझे मेरा टोटल डिमांड कितना है. ओके, सो लेट्स से मेरा बॉडी शॉप का प्लान क्या है, पहले तो आप वो देखेंगे. फिर आप चेक करेंगे, अच्छा मेरे पास WIP में मेरे पास कितने पैनल्स पड़े हैं, कौन कौन से पड़े हैं, आप वो देखेंगे. फिर आप देखेंगे कि अरे मेरा तो कुछ रनिंग भी है, कुछ प्रेस पे तो ऑलरेडी लोड हो चुका है, राइट, तो बना नहीं है बट वो भी बनने वाला है. सो आई नो दैट एज वेल. ओके, सो व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू आर फिगरिंग आउट कि अगर मेरा बॉडी शॉप का अगर ये प्लान है, उसके लिए मेरे पास कितना इन्वेंट्री है, कितना रनिंग है, तो वो मैंने नेट रिक्वायरमेंट कैलकुलेशन कर दिया कि भाई नेट मुझे अगर अभी बनाना है तो मुझे इतना बनाना है. ओके, उसमें फिर आपका वो भी आ गया, लॉट साइज भी आ गया कि भाई ऐसा तो है नहीं कि मैं एक एक पीस बनाऊंगा, मेरा एक मिनिमम लॉट साइज भी है, 50 पीस होगा, 75 पीस होगा, 100, 500, 750, जो भी होगा. ओके, तो वो लॉट साइज भी है। तो जब मैं वो प्लान जनरेट करूंगा तो मुझे लॉट साइज को भी ध्यान में रखना है, ठीक है। और मैं उसको डे लेवल पे देख रहा हूँ कि मोटा मोटा मेरा दिन में प्रेस का इतना कैपेसिटी है, ये मशीन का इतना कैपेसिटी है, तो मेरे दिन में मोटा मोटा में इतना बना सकता हूँ, राइट। तो पहले आपने ये वर्किंग कर लिया, ओके। उससे आपको पता चल गया कि आप ये डिमांड मीट करोगे नहीं करोगे, आपको जो भी आगे पीछे करना है वो आपने कर लिया। लेकिन क्या आपने अभी एग्जैक्ट सीक्वेंस फाइनल किया है कि आप शिफ्ट 1 में कितना बनाओगे, शिफ्ट 2 में कितना बनाओगे, शिफ्ट 3 में कितना बनाओगे, पहले मैं कौन सा प्रोडक्ट लूंगा, उसके बाद फिर कौन सा लूंगा, फिर मैं चेंज ओवर कब लूंगा? तो ये जो एक्चुअल स्केड्यूल है, नॉर्मली आज की डेट में भी आप ये सारा काम एक साथ नहीं करते हैं। आप उसको लॉजिकली, जो आपका प्लानिंग प्रॉब्लम है, आप उसको लॉजिकली ब्रेक करते हैं। आप कहते हैं यार पहले मैं ये तो देख लूं कि मेरा कैपेसिटी कितना है, तो मैं दिन में बना कितना सकता हूँ, एक बार वो डिसाइड कर लूं। हाँ, उसके बाद फिर मैं देखूंगा कि मुझे सुबह दोपहर शाम मेरे पास 2 मशीनें हैं, तो इस पे बनाऊं, तो आप बाद में करते हो, राइट। तो दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग।
उसको 2 स्टेप में ब्रेक करते हैं हम, ठीक है, ओके।
आप चाहे तो बिल्कुल ग्रैन्युलर से भी कर सकते हैं, बट ऑब्वियसली इट टेक्स यू मोर टाइम।
ठीक है, नहीं समझ गया। बेसिकली तो उसका ही एंड प्रोडक्ट आपने स्टॉक कैपेसिटी चेक कर लिया, सब चेक कर लिया, आपका एक सीक्वेंस बन जाएगा, ठीक है। मैंने दोनों एक साथ कर लिया।
हाँ, तो अब जो मैंने वो प्लान रन किया है, मैंने दोनों चीजें एक साथ कर ली है, ओके।
कांस्टेंट को प्लानिंग करके शेड्यूल।
Okay, now what I want to show you first is, I just want to show you how does this bill of material look like. Okay, so this is the product that I have, 1710. I think some of these screens you could already be familiar with. Okay, so as I was saying, I have this product, I have one subassembly underneath. So for making one of this, I need 2 of this, and since this is a subassembly, this also will have its own bill of material. So this says that, okay, to make this subassembly, this is the raw material that I need 20 of them. So that is the bill of material what we have. Now let's look at the routing for the same. So what is the routing that we have here? We have one work center where all these 4 products, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, they all can be made on the same machine, which is WC10 is what we see here. We are saying what is the base quantity here. Setup is 1 minute, processing time is 180 minutes. Okay, but in this case, it will not take setup as 1 minute. It will actually refer to the setup matrix. Okay, and how does it know that this is relevant for setup matrix? Is you will have here something called as a setup group. You see this PPO_A. So जो हम previous slide में I was talking about that group, that format F1, F2, F3 or group A, B, C, D. So here, by using this thing PPO_A, I'm letting the system know that these set of materials, they belong to this group. So when I define the setup matrix, I'm not defining it at a material level. मुझे हर material का करते जाऊंगा तो वो मतलब 100 into 100 वो कितना बड़ा matrix हो जाएगा. Okay, so here logically I have grouped them together by something called as a setup group, and then we are defining that in the setup matrix. Okay. Now if I, let's say, go to the work center, so I will just click on the work center here. Okay, and now what you will notice here is there is this thing called as advanced planning. So ये आपका ERP का ही work center का definition है. I just have one additional flag there which says advanced planning. That is how the system knows that this work center is relevant for advanced planning. That is all that you are doing here.
Last time when we were discussing that there are A, B, C category of materials, not everything is a bottleneck material. Not everything needs to go through this kind of a sequenced and optimized planning. That is where wherever relevant that this kind of optimization should be done, this flag will be set up.
So for example, आपको पता है कि ये मशीन का, ये ऑपरेशन का मेरे पास एक्सेस कैपेसिटी है, तो यू से कि यार मैं इस मशीन की वजह से मैं अननेसेसरी अपने प्लान को रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं करना चाहता, बिकॉज आई नो सफिशिएंट कैपेसिटी अवेलेबल है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ भी गया तो मैं उसको मैनेज कर सकता हूँ. सो आई ओनली वांट टू ब्रिंग इन those machines, those bottleneck machines which could really be impacting my plan. So that is what you are doing here. Technically, if you say कि नहीं यार मेरे को तो सब कुछ वहां लेके जाना है, तो वो भी कर सकते हैं. So you have that flexibility. Same thing is there for materials also. So in your case, you might say कि नहीं यार मेरा जितना भी long lead time है वो सारा मैं लेके जाना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन अगर मेरा कुछ just in time या just in sequence वाले आइटम है, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मैं उनको दे देता हूँ और वो आ जाते हैं, ठीक है, भले ही मेरे पास उसकी इन्वेंट्री दिख नहीं रही है सिस्टम में, बट मुझे पता है कि मैं उसको 3 दिन पहले वो शेड्यूल दे दूंगा, वो आ जाएगा मेरा यहाँ पे. So then in that case, I don't want to get those materials into advanced planning here, because I know the supplies are assured because either the supplier is within my supplier park, yeah, whatever it is, you could as well take a call to say that I don't want to bring those materials into my advanced planning. So you have that flexibility here.
इससे क्या होगा? Plan generation का time बढ़ जाएगा if we enable advanced planning for all.
Permutation combinations उतने हो जाते हैं ना, because there is an optimization run that is happening. So there are multiple permutation combinations that will have to be run. Your output will then have to be analyzed in accordance with that. आपका analysis भी ज़्यादा difficult हो जाएगा.
आज अगर आपको पता है कि आपकी bottleneck 10 मशीनें हैं, आप प्लान अगर 25 के लिए रन करोगे तो आप unnecessary आप सारे 25 को देख रहे हो from a constraint perspective. Okay, utilization तो obviously आपको सभी का देखना है, no doubt about it. Okay, so one is more than the planning runtime. What is important is that your analysis time also goes down, and something that is not a constraint. You don't want to unnecessarily bring that into here, because अगर उसमें कहीं पे कुछ आपका डेटा में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ गया, वो unnecessary, वो अगर आपका constraint बन जाएगा तो ये दिखा देगा अरे इस मशीन की वजह से मैं नहीं बना पा रहा. Okay, but again, technically you can bring everything, and this is a call which you can take flexibly at any point in time. आप blueprinting के टाइम पे भी कर सकते हैं, आप go live के बाद भी कर सकते हैं. ये भी हो सकता है कि something is a bottleneck today, you have taken a debottlenecking exercise, now it is no more a bottleneck, and at that stage also you could say कि ठीक है यार अब मुझे इसको finite scheduling करने की जरूरत नहीं, मैं इसका ये flag हटा देता हूँ.
ये आपने मटेरियल पे डिफाइन, मटेरियल टाइप पे डिफाइन किया है या वर्क सेंटर पे, कौन से लेवल पे डिफाइन हुआ है?
तो ये डिफाइन है मटेरियल पे, ओके, और ये डिफाइंड है आपका वर्क सेंटर लेवल पे.
दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन पे या
individually है, because see that work center could be processing for 150 products. So we have
just one small query.
Sure.
This entire planning concept, are we mapping anywhere at part level, minimum inventory level and maximum inventory levels?
Yeah, so you could define that as well. So in your material master definition that you have, you can define your safety stocks also. So if you say that कि नहीं मेरे को कम से कम 2 दिन का स्टॉक रखना है, मुझे मिनिमम 2 days का जो भी मेरा अगले 2 दिन का रिक्वायरमेंट है वो मेरे पास इन्वेंट्री में होना चाहिए. So you can define that as well in the material master, and while that plan is being run, it will also look at, so it will take into account एक कि मेरा बॉडी शॉप से क्या प्लान आ रहा है, प्लस वो ये भी देखेगा कि अगर मैं सेफ्टी स्टॉक के नीचे जा चुका हूँ तो जो डेल्टा जो मुझे सेफ्टी स्टॉक रीच करने के लिए है उसको भी वो एडिशनल डिमांड कंसीडर करेगा ताकि उसको वो सेफ्टी स्टॉक लेवल पे वापस आ सके. So
okay, I'll just reframe my question. We are planning to customers' requirement, or we are planning to our storage, and then having a concept of storage in, storage out. Right. Because directly, if we are planning for the meeting the customer requirement, okay, that is a way. My feeling is that will be a very tough call. I think always in these batch production shops, we should have a plan for the storage in, storage out concept. That is, you define your inventory levels, and from there you derive your shop plan. Right. So that the inventory will never go below a MIL. Okay. Even if there is an MIL, the part will be already in the production. If you are actually planning, targeting the customer, then we are losing the advantage of carrying the inventory.
So you are absolutely right. So while it is doing the planning, it is taking into account both, because you might be carrying inventory for only 2 days, but for the subsequent plan that you have, for which you will have to do the planning. Okay, so although you are always working towards keeping that 2 days inventory, but when I'm doing my planning for next 10 days, of course, I will have to look into, take into account my forward requirement as well.
And there could always be a situation where we are talking about certain category of orders that are coming in, which possibly need to get prioritized over everything else.
The priority will be on minimum inventory level, no?
So even if the minimum inventory level is breached and there is some kind of a, say, institutional order that is coming in that takes priority over everything else, that is where the customer orders importance still continues. While your point is absolutely valid that we are doing storage and storage out, so we are ideally planning to consume against the inventory that we have on hand, but certain categories of orders would take precedence over this. So that is the reason for us talking about all the kinds of demand that the system can consider.
So this flexibility will be available at some parts. Suppose we don't want, we'll suppose, see, What? Okay, let me keep it other way. In the entire algorithm or the concept you are making, theoretically, will there be any chance of stock out and the line getting stopped? Theoretically,
yeah, there will be.
Entire algorithm, whatever you are taking all the inputs and all, if you simulate, will there be a chance of any stock out situation and the customer line getting affected?
I mean, theoretically, if you ask me, yes, there is always a chance, and the reason for that could be you don't have sufficient capacity available. You have a requirement of 100, but you can only do 90. Or
I
if
think
let's say
theoretically, see, okay, my understanding is if at all we go pure by the stock in stock out concept and plan to stock, this theoretically you'll never be stock out.
So basically, the inventory loss
And
is
maybe
decided
maybe you have done enough research. Maybe you can just suggest. I'm just sparking my doubt because for all practical purposes, if we are maintaining inventory between the batch production and the customer conveyor, then it is always better to consider the inventories. Plan for storage in, storage out. But anyway, I think going forward, maybe I think our team and you can actually discuss upon this.
For BASO, we have the minimum, maximum, and safety stock. And for BOP parts, we are using the ROP. For every materials, we have this.
Perfect.
Most important, what Sir said is that it is not quantity; it is in number of days.
Number of days.
Number of days.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. So the next thing. So the next thing which I just quickly wanted to show you that the same definition, work center definition, what we have is available within the advanced planning system as well. So what I've done is that in your same work center screen, I've just gone to APO or the PPDS system, which says that all of that information has been populated. And from an advanced planning perspective, if there is anything more that you need to maintain, is what you are maintaining here. So if there are any, you can define whether it is a bottleneck resource. Okay, you can define, for example, here, what is the capacity that you want to take into account, and you can also define, are there any specific capacity constraints that you would want to model here? Okay. So here, the flexibility, what it also shows you that you can define capacity quite flexibly. You want to define it at 80%, 90%, 100% utilization. You can define that as well. Okay. So we will come back to this later. Now, before we jump into the planning result, what I want to show you is that setup matrix. How does that?
Can you go to the material management for planning level? They want the planning in the PPDS, something extra required to do.
Yes.
You can find that which planning is which material is required to plan in the PPDS. So कुछ तो plan वाले करेंगे, कुछ तो हमारे PP करेगा कुछ, DMO MM करेगा. तो उस प्लान हम मैक्सिमम प्लान PPDS होगा 80%, लेकिन बचा हुआ प्लान अंदर भी होगा.
Yeah, so this is the additional tab that you will have called as advanced planning. So normally you will have all that sales views, MRP 1, 2, 3, 4 work scheduling. So there will be an additional tab called as advanced planning, and this is a flag which basically indicates that this material, that PPO prod 01 that we're looking at, is relevant for advanced planning. And then there are settings such as what kind of a heuristic that I want to use. And then it talks about what is the strategy. It talks about what is the minimum passing amount. So this is that continuous input output. You remember last time we were discussing that I don't want to wait for the entire batch to be completed. As and when I produce a minimum quantity, I want to pass it on to the downstream operation. Okay, so that is what it talks about. What kind of alerts that you want to generate? What are the thresholds for the alerts? What is the lot size unit? The reorder days of supply and so on and so forth. I mean, there are a number of settings that are available here. Okay. And what you would also notice is you can also specify the penalty cost here from an optimizer standpoint. If there is only so much which can be done, if let's say you are running in a capacity constraint scenario, then what needs to get the priority? So what the optimizer will then do is that it will basically refer to this notional penalty costs to be able to prioritize the different products. So that's the material master. I would now just quickly show you.
It takes
delay. Yeah, so I want to show you now the setup matrix. 1710, which one do I have defined? Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. So if you remember in that routing, we had seen the setup group, PPO underscore A, PPO underscore B, PPO underscore C and D. And in the setup matrix, now what we are saying is that if I go from A to A, it takes me 10 minutes. Okay. If I go from A to B, it takes me 20 minutes. If I go from A to C, 30 minutes, A to D, 40 minutes, and so on and so forth. The typical matrix that you would have. And then you could also define the costs as well. Okay, so in this case, what we have done is that, just to keep it simple, the setup time as well as setup cost both are same, but you could even keep them different. Okay, so that's the setup matrix. Now, what we will do is we will now look at what is the planning result. So the planning run was completed, and it basically indicates that the planning run was done for 6 products. There were a total of 12 demands, if you remember, 4 products, and we had demand for 3 weeks, 4 into 3, 12. And then basically it says that, yeah, it has generated some 96 planned orders because we have 2 different levels. And again, lot size, the lot size will be different here. Okay, because we are not following lot for lot here. We are looking at a different methodology of the lot sizes here. And then it says that maybe there were some orders which are already existing in the system and have taken a fresh planning run. So it has deleted certain orders as well. So that's what, and then after that, it says that once I have arrived at my plan at a day level, the sequencing has also started. The DS optimization, what we see here, it has also done the sequencing as well, and it has arrived at all those 145 activities here. And here, when you're talking about activity, the setup is also an activity, processing is also an activity, tear down is also an activity. So it is saying that it has scheduled some 145 activities. Okay. And then here it also says that certain orders could only be scheduled with a delay. And we will see that when we start getting into the result, we'll also see that which orders actually got delayed and why they got delayed. Generally, as a planner, you will not look at the screen. Okay, I'm just showing you how the run has taken. Normally, as a planner, you will not at all look at the screen because this job will automatically run in the background and you will directly jump into the result. Okay. So
Run terminated or completed with a warning?
Completed with the warning.
It's a terminated, so it means completed, right? In the previous screen.
Okay, let me check. I'll go there. Okay, so now within the planning system, there are different kinds of views that are available. It all depends upon at what level do you want to see the information. Okay, so this specific view which I'm showing here is when I'm looking at plan, I don't want to look at all that schedule and sequence. मतलब वो view कब अच्छा लगता है जब I'm looking at my shift plan for next 2 to 3 days. But if I want to look at my plan for next 15 days, obviously I would want a much simplified view where I can look at मेरा requirement कितना है, मैं कितना plan कर रहा हूँ, मेरा shortage कितना है, क्या है, and then this could either be at a shift level or at a day level. Now in this case, the view is defined at a day level. You could also go down to a shift level as well. It all depends upon how you have configured the system. Now in this case, it is 11th of September, 12th September, 13th September, and so on and so forth. There are certain alerts that are also automatically generated based on my view. So it says that, okay, there are 7 alerts here, and let me make this bigger so that we are able to better analyze this. So what does it say? That this product actually, PROD02, is getting delayed. And because of that, what's the impact? My forecast here, yeah. So this is my forecast, because if you remember, we had maintained the forecast that is getting delayed, and on which machine it has been planned. So it says it has been planned on WC10, that was the work center. The requirement is actually for 4th of October. Okay, but the way the plan has been run currently, it says that the requirement can only be met by 7th of October. Okay, and there is a delay of 85.4 hours in this case. So it is giving you that view. First of all, which of the products have got delayed, कौन सी machine पे delay हो गया है, वो delay होने की वजह से मेरी कौन सी demand fulfill नहीं हो पा रही है. And then when we are looking at the shortage, is that shortage forever? कभी तो मैं बना रहा हूँगा, आज नहीं बना रहा तो कल बना रहा हूँ मैं. So how long? What is the duration of that shortage? So it says that the duration of the shortage is 85 hours because the demand was on 4th of October, but I'm only able to make it by 7th of October. And what was the quantity as well? So it says कि हाँ ये this is for a quantity of 10. Okay.
Peak पे जाके 10 है.
हाँ, peak पे जाके वो 10 का मेरा shortage है. Now in this case, I have deliberately designed it like that so that we are able to see the alerts. Okay, there is actually capacity available. But the way it has been modeled is because I wanted to show you that as a planner, if I show you everything is good, then obviously you would not be able to appreciate the tool capabilities. So what it shows right now that yes, there are certain problems, and as a planner, this is what I would be interested in. And then this also, as we were discussing last time, अगर आप चाहते हैं कि नहीं ये जैसे ही मेरा plan run हो, automatically उसका email मेरे inbox में आ जाए, ताकि मुझे system में भी login करने की जरूरत ना पड़े. मुझे वो email आ जाए और मुझे वहीं से पता चल जाए कि अरे ये products मेरे delay हो रहे हैं. Okay, so that flexibility also exists.
So that flexibility, if you could just maybe throw some light in terms of this priority that you're showing. The warnings, the information, obviously there's no error in this.
Yeah.
So accordingly, you can configure your workflows that this category of priority should be notified through email.
Correct.
So that not everything spams my mailbox also. So that workflow definition also could be based on the priority and the category of information that is being provided for.
So here we see that there is an alert. So this is one type of alert. Product is too late. Okay. And in the system, I think we have some 50 or 70 odd different kinds of alerts that are there, including resource overutilization, resource underutilization, and so on and so forth. So there are some 50 plus odd different kinds of alerts. So based on your area of interest and based on the priorities, you can then define कि अच्छा हाँ ये अगर type के alerts है, so then and if this is the high priority, only then I should get notified. Okay. So let me.
These alerts, these mails, these notifications can be configured with the plain vanilla S/4HANA या कोई और कुछ प्रोडक्ट लगता है?
नहीं, यही जो प्रोडक्ट है जो अभी हम दिखा रहे हैं,
PPDS का अपना है.
इसका अपना है. Yes. आपको जो ईमेल के लिए जो एक कॉन्फ़िगरेशन है वो ऑब्वियसली SMTP जो एक्सचेंज का है वो तो डेफिनेटली करना ही पड़ेगा.
नहीं, बट इसका नोटिफिकेशन का अलग से कंपोनेंट के साथ इनकॉर्पोरेट करने
नहीं, इसी के साथ में आता है. It comes with this.
इसमें एक ट्रायंगल था, एक स्क्वायर था, सॉरी मुझे समझ में नहीं.
So one was I, that I basically means suggestion information.
So what was the information, because the error was same, no?
So what happens is when you're defining these alerts, okay, now let's say product is late. Let's take that alert. Now, if the product is, let's say, late by say 8 hours, you might say कि नहीं वो हो जाएगा, मुझे पता है कवर अप हो जाता है, 8 घंटा है ना, हो जाता है कवर अप. ठीक है, तो आपने कहा कि अगर 8 घंटा है आप अलर्ट जनरेट करो, बट इट इज ओनली फॉर एन इंफॉर्मेशन पर्पस. ठीक है, अगर 8 से 16 घंटे है, यू कैन से कि नहीं यार अब वो थोड़ा वो बॉर्डर लाइन पे जा रहा है, तो वो मेरे लिए वार्निंग है. लेकिन अगर एक दिन से ज्यादा डिले है, देन यू माइट से कि नहीं बस ये तो मेरे को फटाक से पता चलना चाहिए. सो when you're defining those alerts, you're also defining the thresholds for this red, yellow, and green. Okay, so that is what it was. Now,
sir, one minute, sir. I have a query over here. Like that, you have showed there's some errors, like some delays and a certain kind. So in that case, can I take a corrective measure over there? Like I want to run an extra shift or anything like that.
Yeah, so I will come to that. Now that correction, I can do it here itself. If you see, I have different options here. I can run the optimizer. I can run a different kind of heuristic. Okay, so I will show that to you. Maybe not in this view. I will show that to you in a different view.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what are we looking at here? What kind of what does this tell us? So first thing is it tells me what is my days of supply. Okay, for this product 01. What is my days of supply? So I'm sitting at 23 days of supply. Again, that's because मेरा जो demand है वो actually 3 हफ्ते बाद start हो रहा है. So that is why it is saying that I'm sitting at 23 days of supply. And as if I keep going to the right, जब मेरे पास actually demand है, so it says that I have a demand here, okay, which is of 50, and then this is what I'm making now. This is my actual production plan now. which says that I'm making 14 on 27th of September, then 16, then 16, then 16, then 15. This again, that's because based upon my production lead time, which I've defined in my routing. And now from here also, by the way, अगर आपने ये देखा, आप कहते हो कि नहीं यार ये 14 नहीं, मैं ना इसको actually 16 करूंगा या मैं इसको 15 करूंगा, you can change that number here as well. And the moment you make that from 14 to 15, system thinks that कि ठीक है आपने वो decision ले लिया है, now it is a firm plan. So next time जब आप plan run करेंगे तो ये 15 को हाथ नहीं लगाएगा. Because system, बाकी change हो जाएगा. Because the way system understands this is, as a planner, you have consciously taken that decision. Okay, so that is what is happening here.
आपने कौन से period में किया? Sorry.
So 27 September.
27 September में जाके you said that although system as per available capacity can produce 14, but I'm overwriting it and telling the system I will produce 15. So it will not touch whatever I have planned manually.
It will not, because you're overriding it, right? The moment you say override, system will not change it next time when you take a plan. So that is what we are seeing here. So you could change these numbers, and then at the top, if you see, you will see these days of supply as well. So वहाँ पे एक वो question भी था कि then I want to do that storage in, storage out. So I always want to get that visibility कि मेरा day on day, week on week, what is the inventory which I'm carrying. And this days of supply, of course, is looking at your projected stock on that day. So it says that on 27th of September, I will actually be sitting with 6 days of stock, which means I will be able to cover the next 6 days. And then, you know, it keeps varying depending upon your plan. So, and again, in all of these views also, if you see here, if you remember, हमने product 02 के लिए देखा था कि there was a shortage, there was a delay. Now that is getting flagged here. It says that 18 minus is where I am right now. So which means my inventory is actually going below 0. And that is why that alert had got generated, which said that कि अरे आपको तो 4 अक्टूबर को ये 50 डिलीवर करना था, लेकिन आप 4 अक्टूबर को नहीं, आप तो 7 अक्टूबर को जाके बना रहे हैं. Okay, so that view, that is what you are looking at here in this view.
इसका ब्रेकअप आ गया पूरा कि how stock is moving.
वो डे वाइज आपका ब्रेकअप आ गया कि भाई 50 मुझे यहाँ पे डिलीवर करना था, लेकिन मैं डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो वो कब हो रहा है, मेरा 8 यहाँ पे बन रहा है, 16 ऐसे मेरा बनते जा रहा है.
That pecking relationship that Sandeep was showing, this is what that is.
Now, from this view itself, either I can do it manually, or from this view itself, I can either run an optimizer, and again, I will come to that a little later. I will show that to you.
Before that, if I may, so this is for what I'm producing in-house. For example, I wanted to produce a sub-assembly. We go into the original thing.
Correct.
So there's a child part which I want to produce. For example, there is the stock run for that, and there's an imported part also.
Right.
So here I'll be also able. I mean, here it's showing for me to stock. If something is procured imported part, it will show for that also a similar screen where it can show the tentative stock movement.
Yes,
where I'm getting negative, right?
Your date supply, that key figure that you see on the left side, that is basically where your projected receipts are going to get plotted.
Okay. Irrespective of whether it's in-house or procured.
Doesn't matter. System के लिए तो वो एक मटेरियल है. आप खुद बना रहे हो, दूसरे प्लांट से लेके आ रहे हो, जो भी कर रहे हो, वो आपको स्टॉक मूवमेंट दिख जाएगा. Okay. And then there are different flexibilities that you have. You can, you know, configure these views. So what I have done is based on the way I would like to look at the information. But if you say कि नहीं, I want to look at different periods, I want to look at different key figures here. So the different key figures that are available here. If I just go down, I also want to see maximum days of supply. I want to see forecast. I want to look at maximum available quantity and so on and so forth. So you can just tick them, and then that becomes available in your views as well. Or if you say कि यार मैं ये 4 अलग-अलग rows में नहीं देखना चाहता, आपने मुझे बस एक single row में आप मुझे बस एक projected वाला जो वो key figure है, आप मुझे बस उतना ही दिखा दो. So you can create these different views depending upon who is looking at it and how you want to, you know, look at that information. Okay. So let me come out of this now. So this is, we call this as a product planning table. Similar kind of views we will have it for the resources as well. Okay. Now what I will do is I want to now take you to a more elaborate view which basically will now talk about a Gantt chart. ठीक है, मुझे day wise तो पता चल गया कि आप इस दिन 16 बना रहे हो, इस दिन 14 बना रहे हो, इस मशीन पे बना रहे हो, वो सब ठीक है. But within that day, how does my schedule look like is what we will see now. again, while I'm looking at this information, I don't want to look at everything. So here as well, you can specify कि मैं कौन से time period के लिए देखना चाहता हूँ, मैं अगले एक हफ्ते के लिए देखना चाहता हूँ, अगले एक महीने के लिए देखना चाहता हूँ, कौन से resources मैं देखना चाहता हूँ, कौन से products मैं देखना चाहता हूँ. So you will have that complete flexibility. So as a planner, as a business user, you can create your own views. You can just save that as a variant, because even right now what I've done is that I've already defined a selection criteria. तो जब भी मैं जाऊंगा उस पर double click करूंगा तो मुझे automatically सारी चीजें मिल जाएंगे. Okay. So now I will execute this. Now, what does it show me now? It basically shows me a Gantt chart. Now, within this Gantt chart, I will have different kinds of charts.
Just a second. Just.
Is it visible?
Okay.
So now, let's first of all look at what all do we see here. So in my view, I have only brought in two charts at this moment. There is a resource chart, there is a product chart, and there are other charts also available. Projected stock wala bhi chart hai, network orders wala bhi chart hai, different kinds of charts that are available. So the one on the top is a resource chart. So now it says I have these three resources. So if you remember, मैंने ये कहा था कि जो मेरे product 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 है, वो WC10 पे बनते हैं, और मेरी जो sub assemblies है, COM01 and COM02, they can actually be made on these two machines, SB10 and SB20. Okay. So first time when I have taken the run, it has already looked at that to say that this sub-assembly can be made actually on two machines. So it has already taken that call कि मैं SB10 पे क्या बनाऊंगा, SB20 पे क्या बनाऊंगा, because I have two machines available where I can do that. Okay. And the one on the top is the product which I'm making, product 1, 2, 3, 4. And here what you would notice is there are some green color bars as well. Those green color bars basically indicate my setup time, and the blue color indicates my processing time. Okay. Now this, I can go down to even more granular view. I can go down to a daily view as well. Okay.
So between SB10 and SB20, when the system has prioritized, it has possibly taken even those kind of costs into consideration, that leaving a machine idle also takes into account some costs. So all those costs have been taken into account to balance out the same product getting manufactured on two lines, because that is the possibility. So you don't want to keep that other resource idle.
So when we look at this screen right now, I have resources on the left side, and this is my time scale on the top, what you see. So this is 28th of September, and as you can see, रात के 12 बजे हैं, फिर 1, 2, 3, 4, it goes to that level. If I want to go down to an hourly view, I can even go down to an hourly view.
प्लान रिलीज किया, फोर्टनाइट रोलिंग प्लान गए, तो मैं ट्रेड मैंने वीक में चला गया, फिर अब मेरा जो एग्जीक्यूशन प्लान आया वो मेरा डे पे आ गया.
देखिए अब ये आ गया आपका
डेमो में शिफ्ट को कंसीडर नहीं किया, शिफ्ट ब्रेक भी आपको दिखता है.
करेक्ट. तो इस डेमो में क्या है, आई हैव ओनली वन शिफ्ट एंड इट इज 24 आवर्स. ठीक है. बट अगर आपने शिफ्ट ABC डिफाइन किया है, उसके अंदर शिफ्ट ब्रेक्स भी डिफाइन किया है, तो ये चार्ट में आपको, which I will show in the subsequent demo, you will start seeing some gray color bars. Those gray color bars basically means that during that time frame those machines are not available. Okay, which I will show you in the subsequent.
7 day working कर दिया तुमने.
हाँ, इसमें तो all 24/7 वर्किंग.
ये हमारा डेमो सिस्टम जर्मनी का है, जर्मनी में प्रोडक्शन 7 दिन चलता है.
नहीं. So, okay, now let's come back to the daily view.
अगर होता तो आपको वो नॉन वर्किंग
वो मैं दिखाऊंगा.
I will can be maintained.
इसे ग्रेड पर दिख जाता.
हाँ, वो मैं आपको नेक्स्ट डेमो में दिखाऊंगा.
ग्रीन पोर्शन पे एक बार आप कर सकते हैं.
Sure. So let me. So in all of these bars, if I double click, it will actually take me to more details of that order. So it says this is the order number 64484. It is on this line. Then it says what am I? So this is a line that we are talking about. कौन सा product मैं बना रहा हूँ? This is my output. This is my input. This is my output. This is my input. And if there is any relationship also, we show that relationship also. And वो जो हम minimum interval की बात कर रहे थे ना, कि भाई ये होने के बाद में 2 घंटा आपको रुकना है, तो minimum interval भी यहाँ पे आपको दिख जाएगा. And what you would see is that there is a activity type, setup type. There is activity setup. There is activity processing. इस डेमो में हमने tear down जो है वो हमने कॉन्फ़िगर नहीं किया है. Okay, now
दो इसमें क्वेश्चंस हैं। नंबर वन, जैसे वेटिंग टाइम है या कूलिंग टाइम है, तो टिपिकली अगर मेरा रात को कुछ 12 बजे प्रोड्यूस हुआ है, 12 बजे जब मैं क्लोज कर रहा हूँ ठीक है, तब मैं क्लोज कर रहा हूँ, अब सुबह नेक्स्ट शिफ्ट 6:30 से स्टार्ट करूंगा, तो ऑलरेडी मेरे ऑफ टाइम में 2 घंटों का वेटिंग टाइम तो कंसिडर हो गया, तो सिस्टम में कंसिडर करेगा या 6:30 के बाद 8:30 तक फिर से 2 घंटे डिमांड करेगा सिस्टम?
नहीं, तो वो क्या करेगा, सिस्टम जो है वो जो 2 घंटे का आपका टाइम फ्रेम है उसको वो कंसिडर करेगा।
कैसे पता चलेगा सिस्टम को कि ये 2 घंटा वेटिंग टाइम है और इसलिए मुझे ऑफ टाइम में भी वो कंसिडर, मतलब इट इज लाइक कि नेगेट हो गया?
ओके, नाउ एग्जैक्टली वो कॉन्फ़िगरेशन कहाँ पे है मुझे नहीं पता है।
सॉरी, आई थिंक आपका डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया।
यू आर एबल टू सी, राइट?
ओह सॉरी, आई थिंक मेरा वाईफाई है। ओके ओके,
अच्छा, so let me come back to you on that. I don't know where exactly that configuration is.
That is possible.
That should be possible.
That is why
सिर्फ ब्रेक होना हो सिस्टम पे जो ऑटोमेटिक बिना कॉन्फ़िगरेशन के कर रहा है।
नहीं सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन शिफ्ट ब्रेक का नहीं था, मतलब यही था कि 2 घंटे का वेटिंग टाइम है, अब ठीक है आधे घंटे का ब्रेक है, इफेक्टिव तो मुझे 1.5 घंटा ही चाहिए ना।
1 घंटा ही
वेटिंग टाइम निकल गया, सिस्टम डिफरेंशिएट कैसे कर रहा है, ये वेटिंग टाइम है और ये प्रोसेसिंग टाइम है, दोनों का फर्क हो गया ना।
हम ऐसा सिस्टम पर सिस्टम कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, हम उसमें वेटिंग टाइम हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ है कास्टिंग में, उसमें 8 आवर का वेटिंग टाइम है, तो हम उसको यहाँ पे साइकिल में डाल रहे हैं, इसके अंदर परफॉर्म में इसमें फील्ड में डाल रहे हैं कि हमें 8 आवर का वेटिंग टाइम चाहिए। जब पहला ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा उसके सेकंड ऑपरेशन 8 आवर्स बाद ही स्टार्ट होगा।
अच्छा, आपने एक डमी रिसोर्स वहाँ पे बना दिया है, वेटिंग
डमी रिसोर्स नहीं, एक्टिविटी ही है ना।
नहीं, एक्टिविटी तो है बट अच्छा
एक्टिविटी आपका एक्टिविटी है ये, ठीक है। एक्टिविटीज के अंदर एक्टिविटी छोड़े, आपको राउटिंग के अंदर जो डिफरेंट टाइम्स है ना, उसमें तो हम 8 आवर फिट करेंगे तो सिस्टम कंसीडर करता है।
किसी एक और चीज क्या होती है,
ऑफ टाइम में 8 आवर्स एक है क्लॉक टाइम, एक है एक्चुअल शिफ्ट ऑपरेशन टाइम। तो ऑफ टाइम मतलब अगर एनीलिंग करना है 8 घंटे उसको ठंडा करना है, चाहे शिफ्ट चल रही है नहीं चल रही है, रात को भी अगर उसने बी शिफ्ट एंड करके 12 बजे रात को एनीलिंग करने छोड़ गया तो सुबह ही कैन यूज दैट। तो बट एक्चुअल वो जो बीच की रात का टाइम था वो हमारे शिफ्ट आवर्स में है नहीं।
तभी सिस्टम कंसीडर
करेगा। ओके, एक ये था। दूसरा, अगर आप ग्रीन वाले जोन पे जा सकते हैं, मुझे उसमें थोड़ा डाउट था एक जगह पे। हाँ,
आवर में जाना डे में,
इसमें से किसी एक पे जूम कर लीजिए। नहीं, वो वाला नहीं, कि इसमें जो टाइमिंग दिखा रहा है, सो
आपको क्या, आप एग्जैक्ट स्टार्ट टाइम एंड टाइम देखना चाहते हैं, क्या देखना चाहते हैं आप?
बस मैं वो बीच में व्हाइट ब्लॉक्स क्यों आ रहे हैं, व्हाइट ब्लॉक्स
I'll come to that
नहीं हो रहे हैं।
I'll come to that. So यहाँ पे क्या है कि मेरा SB10 और SB20 ये जो है सब असेंबलीज है, एक्चुअली दिस इज माय बॉटलनेक।
ओके,
ये जो है WC10 जहाँ पे मैं प्रोडक्ट 1 2 3 4 बना रहा हूँ, तो यहाँ पे मेरे पास कैपेसिटी ज्यादा अवेलेबल है, राइट? कैपेसिटी ज्यादा अवेलेबल है, इसलिए बीच में वो गैप्स दिख रहा है आपको। ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी, अगर आप SB10 SB20 देखोगे, आपको कहीं भी गैप नजर नहीं आएगा।
अगर ग्रीन होगा उसी ग्रीन बार के अंदर होगा और ओवरलैपिंग नहीं होगा, वो ग्रीन एडिशन हो जाएगा क्योंकि वो सेटअप चेंज टाइम एक्चुअली इस मशीन पे ट्रांसफर है।
ओके, सो एंड देन नीचे अगर हम ये देखते हैं, सो वी लुक्ड एट रिसोर्स चार्ट। नाउ इफ यू लुक एट द प्रोडक्ट चार्ट एज वेल, सो ये प्रोडक्ट चार्ट जो है यहाँ पे अगर आप देखेंगे उसने वो एक पेगिंग कर दिया है। सो इफ आई पिक अप लेट्स से दिस ऑर्डर 64546, it says that this product which is subassembly, okay, this will go into this planned order of product 01, prod 01. So it is showing you that relationship जो हम pegging के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, कि ये जो मैं सब असेंबली बना रहा हूं, ये जो ऑर्डर है ये इस प्रोडक्ट 01 के ऑर्डर में जाएगा। ठीक है, तो सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली वो पेगिंग बना देता है, वो किसका क्या रिलेशनशिप है, स्टार्ट टाइम एंड टाइम जो भी है उसके हिसाब से वो बना देता है। और ये जो आप ग्रीन बार देख रहे हैं, दिस इज एक्चुअली माय डिमांड, जो हमने 50 का डिमांड डाला था यहाँ पे, रिमेंबर। तो ये जो ग्रीन इन्वर्टेड ट्राइंगल जो दिखा रहा है, दिस ग्रीन इन्वर्टेड ट्राइंगल व्हाट यू आर सीइंग हियर, दिस बेसिकली शोज जो हमने डिमांड 50-50-50 का जो डाला था हमने प्रोडक्ट 01, 02, 03, 04 के लिए, वो ये दिखा रहा है। सो व्हाट इट शोज हियर कि ये जो मैं प्लान ऑर्डर्स यहाँ पे बना रहा हूँ, जो प्रोडक्शन में ले रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, वो कौन सी डिमांड जाके मीट करने वाला है, वो ये वाली डिमांड जाके मीट करने वाला है। तो जो हम मल्टी लेवल पेगिंग जो कह रहे थे, वो पूरी रिलेशनशिप आपको दिखा रहा है
कि कौन से डे के लिए वो कौन से डे पे बना के इसे पैक हो रहा है।
करेक्ट, ओके। अब जो अलर्ट्स हमने वहां पे देखे थे, जो हमने वो प्रोडक्ट प्लानिंग वाले में देखे कि डे वाइज मेरा प्रोडक्शन क्या है, आई कैन लुक एट दोज अलर्ट्स हियर ऑल्सो। तो ये जितनी भी हमारी स्क्रीन है, अगर आप किसी भी स्क्रीन में जाके अगर आप अलर्ट्स देखना चाहते हैं, यू कैन लुक एट दोज अलर्ट्स। सो लेट्स लुक एट जो हम प्रोडक्ट 2 का देख रहे थे, राइट? सो लेट मी, किसका कम है वो देखते हैं एक बार। अब what we are looking at now is we are looking at product 01 alerts. There are 7 alerts that are generated, and there are 3 alert types that are generated. One alert type is product is too late. Another alert type is there is a requirement over coverage. Okay, because again, if you remember, हमने क्या किया यहाँ पे, हमने सेटअप ऑप्टिमाइजेशन किया है, राइट? तो हमने क्या किया है कि हमने कोशिश की है कि जितना हो सके मैं एक साथ प्रोडक्ट ए, जो मेरा प्रोडक्ट ग्रुप ए है, मैं उसको बनाऊं। अब ऑब्वियसली एक साथ बनाऊंगा तो which basically means that I might be carrying excess inventory. Okay, and in this case we have defined that also.
थोड़ा सा डाउट है, excess inventory का definition.
Excess inventory is purely looking at, so let's say you wanted to keep 2 days of inventory. Okay, now that is your ideal situation. But on the other side, your production says कि यार हमें ना जितना हो सके उतना बड़ा बैच बना के दो ताकि मेरा चेंज ओवर कम हो जाए। ओके, तो उसके हिसाब से आपने क्या किया, आपका बैच साइज बड़ा हो गया। बैच साइज बड़ा हो गया तो क्या हो गया कि आपने आपका जो वो बैच कंप्लीट हो गया तो आप 2 दिन की बजाय आपके पास 3 दिन की इन्वेंट्री हो गई। ओके, नाउ ओनली फॉर दैट पीरियड, मतलब मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि 3 दिन फॉरएवर हो गई। तो उसके लिए भी एक अलर्ट यहाँ पे जनरेट हो गया है जो कि आपको ये बता रहा है, लेट मी मेक दिस बिगर, जो आपको ये बता रहा है कि ये जो प्रोडक्ट है प्रोड 01, इसका मेरे पास ओवर कवरेज है। नाउ ये ओवर कवरेज कब से कब तक है? इट सेज दैट आई थिंक इट इज valid from 18th of October 3:35, and the over coverage is only for 2 pieces. Okay, based on whatever that has been defined. So this is one alert, and here as well you would see different icons which say that okay, do I want to forward this to somebody? So acha, for example, मैंने ये देख लिया and I say that okay, I want to forward it to this person, then I can just forward that alert to that person as well. Now this can either go into the SAP inbox itself, or it can also go in the form of an email to that person.
So basically there are 3 different categories of alerts that you're showing, right?
Correct.
Requirement alerts, order related alerts, supply related alerts. So there are different categories of alerts that we're trying to analyze here.
Similarly, ये product too late वाला हमने already उस वाले view में भी देखा था, which basically said that this my forecast is going to get delayed, and this forecast is getting delayed. My ask was 10th of October, 9 o'clock, but I'm actually able to deliver it by 14th of October, 1:38. And as a result, there is a delay of 88 hours, is what we are looking at. Okay, and the actual quantity is 14 in this case. And then there is an alert for days of supply as well. So again, all of these alerts are quite configurable. And if you see here, there is also an alert which says that there is it goes below minimum days of supply. I wanted to keep minimum 2 days of supply because I follow the principle of storage in, storage out. तो मैं कम से कम 2 दिन का inventory रखना चाहता हूँ. But now what it is trying to say is that there is a certain time period wherein I'm actually going below the 2 days. So that is what this alert is basically indicating, which says that shortfall below minimum days of supply.
But that period is not substantial enough for that to warrant an error. It is an information.
It is an information. It all depends upon how you have configured
your threshold.
अलर्ट के जितने प्लानिंग कॉन्स्टेंट है ना आपके, जो हम देखते हैं फाइनल प्लानिंग करने से पहले, वो सारे अलर्ट मेरे पास वार्निंग एरर में आने चाहिए। अगर वो सारे सॉल्व हो जाते हैं, हम प्लानिंग जो रिलीज करेंगे तो उसके बाद मेरा फोर्टनाइटली प्लान रिलीज हो गया। एक भी मेरा एरर रह गया, मतलब वो मेरा कॉन्स्टेंट पूरा नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं जाके बैकलॉग खड़ा होगा, इसको मैं एक्शन प्लानिंग में ही लेना है। वही सारे अलर्ट्स हैं, ये अलर्ट हम कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं। अगर 50 बता रहे हैं, 2-4 और ऐड कर रहे हैं, अपना आप कस्टमाइज बना सकते हैं मार्केट स्पेसिफिक। वो सारा अगर सेटल हो गया देन प्लानिंग आपकी बड़ी हो जाएगी। अभी तक क्या हुआ ना, प्लानिंग और शेड्यूलिंग हुआ है, अभी शायद 2 मशीन में शायद लेबल भी करेंगे, तो उसके प्लानिंग शेड्यूलिंग लेबलिंग दोनों हो जाएगा।
So इसमें then वो typical जो होता है ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप भी मैं कर सकता हूँ। फॉर एग्जांपल
एक्सेल फाइल में जब हम इधर से कर सकते हो, तो हम तो आपको प्रपोज कर रहे थे ये अभी करेंगे। अब बाई चांस ये मशीन 2 का मशीन में डाल देंगे।
देखो अभी मैं यहाँ से यहाँ पे डाल दूँ, और आप ये देखेंगे इसने ऑलरेडी ना एक कलर बना दिया वहाँ पे। वो बेसिकली ये कह रहा है कि इस ऑर्डर को मैं SB10 पे ही लेके जा सकता हूँ, अगर मैं यहाँ लेके जाऊंगा तो वो नहीं होगा।
सेटअप प्रैक्टिस बनी नहीं है
क्योंकि वो उसका मेरे पास डिफाइन नहीं किया हुआ है, तो सिर्फ मैं यहाँ पे लेके जा सकता हूँ उसको। तो मैं उसको यहाँ लेके गया तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली उधर चला जाएगा।
ये आपका प्रोडक्ट मिक्स था ना, कौन सा मशीन कहाँ बनेगा, प्रोडक्ट मिक्स भी सेटअप मैट्रिक्स एक साथ सारा कटर हो गया। अगर सेटअप मैट्रिक प्रोडक्ट भी सही बनी है तो गलत होने के चांस ही है। मेरा ये प्रोडक्ट मशीन बी और सी पे बनता है, आप गलती से भी इस पे ए पे लगा नहीं सकते, वो दिखा रहे हैं स्टैंडर्ड।
देखो मैं इस ऑर्डर को इस यहाँ उठा के मैं यहाँ लेके गया, जब ये ऑर्डर यहाँ पे था तो उसमें कोई सेटअप टाइम नहीं दिखा रहा था वो, क्योंकि मैं सेम प्रोडक्ट बना रहा था, प्रोडक्ट 01 बना रहा था। जैसे उसको उठा के मैं यहाँ से यहाँ ले गया वो सेटअप टाइम यहाँ पे आ गया, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैं प्रोडक्ट 2 बना रहा हूँ, तो अपने आप सेटअप आ गया, जबकि पहले वाले में नहीं था। एंड while you are making these changes, if you are happy, you can save it. You can either adopt this result or you can save it as a simulation version. Yeah, achha, this is my simulation version 1.
You can do the comparison between
You can do a
simulation
comparison.
and do the
You can
costing and
yeah, you can do that. Now in this case, yeah, obviously I want to reset everything because I want to run an optimizer now. So there is always that undo button, which all of us like a lot, right? So there is always that undo button. अगर आपने कुछ गलत कर दिया तो you can always revert back. Now one more interesting thing what you will notice here, कि हमने देखा कि यहाँ पे प्रोडक्ट हमारे डिले हो रहे हैं, okay, that is what we saw. हमने देखा कि प्रोडक्ट 2 डिले हो रहा है, प्रोडक्ट 3 डिले हो रहा है, बट व्हाट यू विल नोटिस नाउ, अरे मेरे पास यहाँ पे कैपेसिटी तो अवेलेबल है, अगर आप देखो कैपेसिटी तो खाली पड़ी है, फिर मैं यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं बना रहा? Okay, ideally speaking, I should do that. What's the point of delaying certain orders? So this time, when I run the optimizer, I will influence the behavior of the optimizer. Okay, and I will show you why the optimizer behave differently in this case, and when we run it, why the behavior will be different. Okay, so we go to the optimizer, and here also you could say कि मैं अगर ये optimizer है heuristic run कर रहा हूँ, मैं सिर्फ एक हफ्ते के लिए करूँगा, एक महीने के लिए करूँगा. You can change your planning horizon on the fly as well.
You explained heuristic and optimizer last time, right?
I did explain that. Okay. Now, last time जब हमने optimizer run किया था ना, so there are different weightages what we had in the optimizer. If you see this, last time we had run the optimizer, you would see कि मैंने delay cost कुछ नहीं डाला था. This is my optimizer profile, what we are looking at. Okay. ये जो मैंने ऑप्टिमाइजर रन किया है, मैंने कोई डिले कॉस्ट ही नहीं डाला है. So what is the behavior of the optimizer now in this specific case? The behavior of the optimizer would be, I want to optimize on my setup time and setup costs, because there is a weightage which I have given here.
Sorry, last time ये वाला आपने दिखाया था क्या?
नहीं, ये नहीं दिखाया था मैंने. If you remember, मैंने वो प्लान रन किया था जहाँ पे मैंने कहा था कि प्रोडक्शन प्लान और शेड्यूलिंग दोनों एक साथ रन हो रहा है.
Last time
So,
आज ही अभी.
sorry, my bad. So जब हमने वो रन किया था, so this was the optimizer profile which I had chosen, जो कि मतलब ऑलरेडी था वहां पे, और उसके जो वेटेजेस हैं, ये वेटेजेस थे. यहाँ पे अगर आप देखोगे, मैंने टोटल डिले के लिए कोई वेटेज ही नहीं दिया है. मैं कह रहा हूँ
ऊपर के भी मीनिंग समझनी है.
I will explain to you just this. हाँ, so यहाँ पे मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ कि since I have not given any weightage to it, I am telling the system कि यार डिले होता है, होने दो, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मैं सिर्फ मेरे सेटअप टाइम और सेटअप कॉस्ट को देखना चाहता हूँ. और साथ ही साथ यू सी देयर इज दिस मेक स्पैन. व्हाट डज अ मेक स्पैन बेसिकली मींस इज कि जो भी मेरा प्लान है उसको जितने कम टाइम में बना सकते हो उतने कम टाइम में बनाओ. मैं नहीं चाहता कि आप मतलब 2 शिफ्ट में बनाओ, एक शिफ्ट फिर खाली छोड़ दो, फिर कुछ बनाओ, फिर खाली छोड़ दो, फिर कुछ बनाओ, फिर कुछ खाली छोड़ दो. अगर आप ये पूरा प्लान अगर एक हफ्ते के अंदर अगर बना के क्लोज कर सकते हो, एक हफ्ते के अंदर बना के क्लोज कर लो. ओके, दिस इज व्हाट द मेक स्पैन मींस. मेक स्पैन में क्या होगा, वो हमेशा ये कोशिश करेगा कि मैं इसको जितना कम टाइम में बना सकता हूं, मतलब वो जो ऑर्डर्स के बीच में जो गैप है उस गैप को वो कम करने की कोशिश करेगा. तो वो इंश्योर करेगा कि अगर मैं कोई शिफ्ट चला रहा हूं तो मेरी पूरी शिफ्ट चले. मतलब ये ना हो कि मैं मॉर्निंग शिफ्ट में 4 घंटे चला रहा हूँ, फिर आफ्टरनून शिफ्ट में मैं 5 घंटे चला रहा हूँ, फिर मैं इवनिंग शिफ्ट में 3 घंटे चला रहा हूँ, which doesn't make sense.
So if you can just maybe explain here also at what level are these weightages getting maintained? Is that somewhere the question that you're looking at, Ankit?
So I had 2 questions. Number 1, so normally, I mean, what I understood from your explanation is ये मेक स्पैन का एक तो नंबर्स क्या है वो एक चीज है. सेकंड इज कि नॉर्मली क्या वो स्प्रेड करेगा प्लान. नॉर्मली if I've defined a storage capacity, sorry, I am assuming this.
Yeah.
If I've defined a maximum storage capacity, and if I know कि वो मेरा stock run क्या है, so I will always know वो maximum कब आएगा.
Right.
उसके हिसाब से I will make production orders typically. And ये why will I leave a gap in between? मतलब even if my day plan is less, normally why would I like to leave a gap in between?
I will give you an example. So let me give you an example of हम सिंपल असेंबली लाइन का एग्जांपल लेते हैं. ठीक है, अभी मान लीजिए आपका जो है, आप एक शिफ्ट में आप 1000 गाड़ियां बना सकते हैं. ये आपका थ्रूपुट है, एक शिफ्ट में 1000 गाड़ियां बना सकते हैं. अब आपके पास जो डिमांड आ रही है, ठीक है, वो मान लीजिए 800 800 800 ऐसे करके आ रही है. ठीक है, अब आपके पास क्या ऑप्शन है? आप ये कह सकते हैं कि भी मैं शिफ्ट में सिर्फ 800 बनाऊंगा. इसका मतलब मैं 8 घंटे में से सिर्फ 6 घंटे शिफ्ट चलाऊंगा, 2 घंटे में खाली छोड़ूंगा.
अच्छा, आप वो ऑप्शन दे रहे हैं कि विद इन, ओके, समझ गया. आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि इफ माय डिमांड इज लो, डू आई वांट टू रिड्यूस इट, कि मैं डे के एंड में जाके 4 घंटे खाली छोड़ता हूँ, या दोनों शिफ्ट में 2-2 घंटे खाली छोड़ता हूँ, वो ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकते हैं.
तो अब यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है वो, तो वो यहाँ पे क्या करेगा, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि यार ठीक है, मुझे समझ गया आपके पास कैपेसिटी ज्यादा है, बट ऐसा प्रैक्टिकली इट डजंट मेक सेंस कि मैं अभी 6 घंटे प्रोडक्शन ले रहा हूँ, फिर 2 घंटे बैठ गया, फिर 6 घंटे ले रहा हूँ. आप क्या चाहोगे? यार जितना बना सकते हो बना दो. ठीक है, मैं फिर एक लंबा 4 घंटे का एनपीडी ले लूंगा या जो भी करना है करूंगा. ओके, दैट मेक्स मोर सेंस फॉर मी, एंड आई ऑल्सो वांट टू डू इट बिकॉज कल को अगर मेरा कुछ फ्लक्चुएशन आ जाता है डिमांड में, तो मैं उसको एडजस्ट कर सकता हूँ. ओके, सो रादर देन स्प्रेडिंग दैट प्लान, let me compress it, let me collapse it. So that is what this make span is doing. तो जब हमने ये प्लान रन किया था, मैंने टोटल डिले कुछ नहीं डाला, तो इसलिए उसने क्या किया, उस प्लान को जितने कम समय में बना सकते हैं उसने उतने कम समय में बनाया, और सेटअप टाइम और कॉस्ट को उसने ऑप्टिमाइज कर दिया.
30 क्या है नंबर, टू बी
दिस इज जस्ट अ वेटेज, दिस इज परसेंटेज. इफ यू सी हियर, मैंने मेक स्पैन 30 रखा है, सो दिस इज 10 30 10 10 ऑल पुट टुगेदर 50. तो ये मेरा मेक स्पैन का वेटेज मेरा 60% है, इसका 20% है, इसका 20% है. ओके, नाउ व्हाट आई विल डू दिस टाइम इज आई विल आल्सो पुट
सेटअप कॉस्ट क्या है, सॉरी सेटअप टाइम तो समझ गया.
सेटअप कॉस्ट, यू रिमेंबर वो पेंट वाला मैंने एग्जांपल दिया था, जहां पे मैंने ये कहा था कि मेरा चेंज ओवर टाइम लगभग उतना ही है. ओके, बट देयर आर एडिशनल एफर्ट दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर मी.
तो उसका
ओके, सो लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल कि मैं अगर मान लो मैं जब फ्रंट डोर पैनल से, ओके, फ्रंट डोर पैनल से मैं रेयर डोर पैनल पे जाता हूँ. ठीक है, एंड मैं अगर फ्रंट डोर पैनल से दूसरे इस पे जाता हूँ, तो मेरा चेंज ओवर लेट से 30 मिनट्स है, बिकॉज नॉर्मली आपने वो पूरा टाइम मोशन एनालिसिस करके आपने कहा होगा कि मैं काफी सारी एक्टिविटीज में पहले ही कर लूंगा, ताकि जो मेरा एक्चुअल सेटअप है वो सिर्फ 30 मिनट्स रहे. नाउ लेट्स अज्यूम कि मेरा चेंज ओवर लगभग उतना ही है, लेकिन अगर मैं फ्रंट डोर से अगर रेयर डोर पे जाऊंगा, तो मेरे को कॉइल फिर नहीं लगानी पड़ेगी. ठीक है, ऑल्दो मेरा एक्चुअल सेटअप पे फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, बट मेरी जो प्रिपरेशन एक्टिविटीज है वो सारी बढ़ रही है. दैट इज अ कॉस्ट टू यू, राइट? ओके, सो यू आर ऑल्सो एबल टू मॉडल दैट. सो यू आर नॉट जस्ट लुकिंग एट टाइम पर्सपेक्टिव, एंड दिस कॉस्ट इज अ नोशनल कॉस्ट. मतलब ये कोई हम एक्चुअल रुपी वगैरह की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, दिस इज जस्ट अ नोशनल कॉस्ट. ओके, सो दिस टाइम व्हाट वी विल डू इज दैट व्हाइल वी रन द प्लान, I will put a delay weightage also, and the moment if I put in 50, what you will see, this weightage percentage has changed now, which says that 50% is my delay, 30% is my make span, 10% is my setup time, 10% is my setup cost. Now what should happen after this is, system जो है वो अब पहले बनाना शुरू करेगा. वो देखेगा कि अरे मेरे पास तो कैपेसिटी अवेलेबल है, तो आपका वो जो प्री बिल्ड वाला सिनेरियो था, now it will start doing a pre build. Okay. So, and there are other things. So one is this weightage. The other thing is, do I want to consider my planned delivery time? Do I only want to look at my procurement? Do I also want to consider my stock transfers? जो हम बात कर रहे थे, अगर एक प्लांट से दूसरे प्लांट में कुछ stock transfers भी है, so you can also decide whether I want to include my stock transfer orders also, or you can say कि नहीं, मतलब I just want to look at first of all my own plant or that specific thing. Then you can look at what kind of resources do I want to look for. What is the horizon that we were looking at, जो कि मैंने कहा था कि मैं 14 सितंबर से 31 अक्टूबर तक के लिए रन करना चाहता हूँ. And then the other costs also, जैसे लेट्स से यहाँ पे मैं जो हम इंजन वाला एग्जांपल ले रहे थे, राइट, मैं इंजन सेल भी करता हूँ और इंजन मेरा कैप्टिव कंजम्पशन भी होता है। अगर वहां पे भी अगर आप एक डिफरेंशिएशन लेके आना चाहते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल आप कहते हैं कि नहीं भाई मैं सेल्स ऑर्डर को ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी देना चाहता हूँ एज कम्पेयर टू माय कैप्टिव, तो वो भी एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आपके पास है, जहां पे मैं वो सेल्स ऑर्डर प्रायोरिटी का एक यहाँ पे नोशनल डिले कॉस्ट भी डाल सकता हूँ।
At
So-
the sales order level, there will be a priority that we will define 1, 2, 3, 4 जो भी डाला। तो priority 1 वाले orders है, let's say sales orders, there any kind of delay on that has the maximum penalty vis-a-vis an internal. Then when the optimizer function will run, it will try to optimize on that.
So I have made that, I've just made one change here. I've changed the weightage. Let's run the,
Sorry, that will depend on the type of orders. For example, typically spare orders, I would like not to be prioritized on a daily basis, but maybe at a monthly or a fortnightly level. Even that is good too. So that can be done. Right?
that can be done. So I've run the optimizer now. Okay, so let's directly jump into the result. So if I go back now, what you would notice now, before I really go into this, let's just quickly look at the alerts. Okay, मतलब मैं यहाँ इतना detail में नहीं जा रहा।
Like, excuse me, I need to leave. Actually, SAP Ariba का team आया हुआ है. I give them time at 5 o'clock. Manoj Gautam sir, I think broadly this is what we are looking at. I think we should go ahead with this module. That is my opinion.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, sir.
We can continue, right?
Yes. Decision तो हो गया लेकिन decision तो पहले ही हो चुका।
So अब हमने optimizer run किया, and if you just look at the number of alerts, if you, I don't know whether you remember or not, the number of alerts have now considerably gone. Last time number of alerts were high for everything, but now the number of alerts have actually gone down. So when you run the plan, again, you don't have to directly jump into that screen. You could just look at the alerts. कि अच्छा मेरे alerts कहाँ पे क्या है, and then you could look at how does it look like. Okay. Now we looked at the alerts, and if I just go to the left side now.
Conceptually, यहाँ पे 1 minute लूँगा आपसे.
Sure.
See, it is like if everything is free, then I can. If my work centers are free, I can always model ki mujhe. I want to leave gaps. I want to produce in a batch. What is the priority? What I want to do? Everything is okay. But the point is the very thing ki alerts are getting generated. That means I'm going into a critical zone, right? So which essentially means वो तो होना ही नहीं चाहिए ना. The capacity was available. See, the only way I can remove the alerts ideally, theoretically speaking, should be if I make a extra working or if I add a work center or if I add a shift to it, right? So अगर वो करे बिना मेरे alerts remove हो रहे हैं, that means थोड़ा सा समझा नहीं.
See, alerts, there are different types of alerts. Okay? Now, if let's say I am the production manager, I would not only be concerned about कि क्या मैं पूरा प्लान डिलीवर कर पा रहा हूँ या नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. I would also be concerned अगर मेरे मशीन का यूटिलाइजेशन कम हो रहा है. ठीक है. As my customer, you might be happy कि हाँ यार जितना मैंने बोला उतना सब बना के दे रहा है. So you are happy क्योंकि आपने वो डिले अलर्ट देखा, आपने देखा कुछ है ही नहीं. You are happy. But as a production manager, I am worried. मेरा मशीन का यूटिलाइजेशन आ नहीं रहा है उतना जितना आना चाहिए. Even though everything looks, मतलब डिमांड पर्सपेक्टिव से सब कुछ बढ़िया लग रहा है मुझे. I would be worried there. Similarly, if let's say I am the inventory manager, then and if I see that my stock is going below safety stock, again as a customer you are saying कि यार मैंने जितना प्लान दिया सब डिलीवर हो रहा है. अब आप 2 दिन का स्टॉक रख रहे हो, 1 दिन का स्टॉक रख रहे हो, आपको मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? As an inventory manager, I am concerned. Okay, so when we are talking about alerts, there are different kinds of alerts that are available, and depending upon the role or a persona that you are.
Sorry, नहीं. आपने अभी क्या किया? डिले कॉस्ट्स को प्रायोरिटी दी.
वेटेज डाला है मैंने.
वेटेज डाला, ड्यू टू विच प्रोडक्शन प्रीपोन हो गया.
राइट.
है ना? बट आपने पहले वो क्या था? सेफ स्टॉक वो फर्स्ट
मेक स्पैन था.
मेक स्पैन सॉरी. मेक स्पैन की मैक्सिमम प्रायोरिटी थी. तो मेक स्पैन की जब मैक्सिमम प्रायोरिटी डाली थी तो क्रिटिकल हो रहा था स्टॉक अलर्ट ज्यादा आ रहे थे, बट उसने कंप्रेस कर दिया था.
उसने प्लान को कंप्रेस कर दिया था, बट वो क्या कर रहा था कि जब मेरी डिमांड है वो वहीं से प्लान कर रहा था, वहीं से बैकवर्ड कर रहा था. ओके
तो मेक स्पैन का मतलब ये था कि मिनिमम
गैप इन द प्लान. I don't want to leave any gaps in my plan. अब जैसे हमने देखा WC10 में अब उसका कैपेसिटी ही ज्यादा है तो वहां पे तो गैप आएगा ही
तो आएगा ही आएगा.
लेकिन SB10 और SB20 में जब हम देख रहे थे उसमें कोई भी गैप नहीं था. It was planning them 24/7. But now that we have also given weightage to total delay, if you see now, अगर उसने प्री बिल्ड स्टार्ट कर दिया यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे उसने अभी से 14 मतलब आज 14 तारीख है उसने 14 तारीख से उसने प्लान करना शुरू कर दिया. ओके एंड एज अ रिजल्ट माई डिले वाला जो अलर्ट्स है माई दोज अलर्ट्स हैव गॉन डाउन एंड दिस इज स्टिल नॉट एग्जीक्यूट मतलब दिस इज स्टिल नॉट फाइनल ना मतलब अभी तक मैंने इसको सेव नहीं किया है. आई एम स्टिल प्लेइंग अराउंड मैं इसको प्लस माइनस करके देख रहा हूँ. आई कैन स्टिल सेव दिस एज अ सिनारियो एंड देन आई कैन लुक एट कि अच्छा ये मेरे पास ये प्लान सिनारियो 1 है ये सिनारियो 2 है अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए. Okay, because normally what will happen is that you will take this scenario, you will present this in your daily or a weekly meeting. जो भी आपका मीटिंग का schedule होगा जैसे भी होगा, you will take that, you will present it to let's say the production head और आप उनको बता सकते हैं कि देखिए सर हमें इस हिसाब से अगर हम ये इस सिनेरियो के हिसाब से जाते हैं तो हमें प्री बिल्ड करना पड़ेगा या यहीं पे अगर मैं वो एक्स्ट्रा शिफ्ट वाला सिनेरियो भी लेके आ जाऊँ. ओके तो देन यू कैन क्रिएट अनदर सिनेरियो विद एन एक्स्ट्रा शिफ्ट एंड देन डिस्कस इट इन दी मीटिंग कि देखो सर अगर हम कोई एक्स्ट्रा शिफ्ट नहीं चलाते हैं तो हमारा ये डिले होगा.
ये वर्जन्स का कोई कंपैरिजन भी होता है किसी
कंपैरिजन भी होता है. अच्छा okay. So that you are able to take a more informed decision. Okay, so if I click on adopt, which means I am saying कि this plan is final. ये plan final है मेरा अब जाके इस पे काम शुरू कर दो.
कंपैरिजन के बाद ये ड्रॉप करना है तो फिर बनाए वर्जन जिसमें बेस्ट मेरा यूटिलाइजेशन हो रहा है उसको ड्रॉप करना है. 3-4 वर्जन को आप एक प्राइमरी लेके दूसरा कर सकते हैं.
अब आप देखेंगे यहाँ पे ये ऑलरेडी कुछ सिमुलेशन वर्जन्स मतलब हमारे सिनेरियो के लिए नहीं कुछ किसी और से ऑलरेडी बना के रखे हुए हैं. तो अगर मैं उस वर्जन को कॉल करना चाहता हूँ आई कैन जस्ट कॉल दैट एंड आई कैन सी हाउ डज दैट रिजल्ट लुक लाइक डू अ कंपैरिजन एंड देन फाइनली पिक अप द वन दैट मेक्स मोस्ट सेंस फॉर मी.
अपलोड करने से पहले एक काम और करते हैं जो ब्लू दिख रहा है ना एक मशीन पे डबल लोड डाल दें इसको कलर दिखाते हैं रेड ओवरलोड करते हैं.
अच्छा आप कह रहे हो ओवरलोड करना है.
ओवरलोड करके 2 ऑप्शंस है ना मैनुअल करें ऑटोमेशन से हो जाएगा.
तो इसी को मैं ले लेता हूँ इसी को एडवांस में कर देता हूँ ना. तो अगर आप देखोगे इसने नहीं किया है. You see this? It has not done it. It says no rescheduling performed because there is already a block here. तो मेरा जो यहाँ पे scheduling strategy है मैंने उसमें ये कॉन्फ़िगर करके रखा हुआ है. And for this order जो हम pegging की बात कर रहे थे I can also look at the pegging here. If I say show relationship here तो वो यहीं पे मुझे दिखा देगा कि मैं कौन से ऑर्डर्स बना रहा हूँ कब बना रहा हूँ कैसे बना रहा हूँ. I can look at that pegging here and then there are यहाँ पे ये जो DS strategy है again we are getting into a lot of detail here. मैं ये स्पेसिफाई कर सकता हूँ मैं बैकवर्ड शेड्यूलिंग करना है फॉरवर्ड शेड्यूलिंग करना है मुझे या बैकवर्ड प्लस रिवर्स करना है मुझे नॉन वर्किंग टाइम्स को कंसिडर करना है या नहीं कंसिडर करना है. मेरे अगर मल्टीपल मशीन्स है जो हम बात कर रहे थे.
छोटे सा क्वेश्चन सॉरी बिकॉज मैंने देखा एकदम याद आता है. नॉन वर्किंग टाइम्स मेरे बहुत सारे तरीके के हो सकते हैं ना. सो वन इज शिफ्ट ब्रेक सी शिफ्ट है वर्किंग नहीं है सो दैट इज आल्सो ब्रेक. At the same time, lunch is also a break.
Yeah.
And what I want is lunch और tea चलाऊंगा, but second shift नहीं चलाऊंगा. या फिर for example, I have 3 kind of breaks, lunch and 2 tea times. 2 tea time चलाऊंगा. Typically process shops हैं तो 2 tea time चलाऊंगा. But मैं lunch time नहीं चलाऊंगा. वो भी कर सकते हैं.
That let me check. I'm not 100% sure.
वो कर सकते हैं. शिफ्ट ब्रेक भी जाके करेंगे. शिफ्ट ब्रेक लगाया नहीं इसलिए तो यहाँ से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. यहाँ से नॉन वर्किंग कर दिया.
वो एक पर्टिकुलर डे के शिफ्ट ब्रेक जाके हटा दिया तो
नहीं नॉन वर्किंग तो देन वहां जाकर हटाया तो देन प्लानिंग ले लेगा.
मतलब नॉन वर्किंग टाइम टिक किया
तो करना ही ना हमको कि अंतर नॉन वर्किंग को प्रोडक्शन में लेना है तो ये एलिजिबल हो गया मेरा नॉन वर्किंग.
पर्टिकुलर 2 दिन के उसमें
मैंने वहां से ब्रेक हटा दी तो वो नॉन वर्किंग रहा.
हां तो शिफ्ट देख के जाना ही जाना है. इसलिए तो वजह को मैं फॉर्म कर रहा हूं.
तो 2 दिन के ब्रेक हटा दिए उससे भी काम चल जाएगा.
कैलेंडर में तो ब्रेक हटाएं या फिर शिफ्ट ऐड करते हैं या हटा दें वो तो
और